This is called walking. Morning, everybody. Alright, got those cleaned up. Let's take a look at the map, shall we? That's something I could do this morning. It's a nice warm-up. There's a certain office building right here that I actually haven't been inside of yet. It's got a certain name on the front. It's congenial to my interests. In a previous life, I built a base here. It was also looted and trashed at the time, so none of these doors were intact. So seeing it with fully intact doors is a novelty. Good morning, VTSS. How's it going? Now we have one window in this building was broken on the second floor. So I'm pretty sure that means there's going to be at least one dude upstairs, but... Yeah. Michael, good morning. How you doing? The window was broken in the meeting room over here. Perhaps the window was broken because the zombie actually learned how to jump out of it. Doing pretty fine. Stayed up a little bit later than I should have last night. Still groggy. That's why we're doing something a little bit chill here to get warmed up. That should be every room, yes. Building's clear. Every time I come back outside, I'm like, okay, now the fog's going to be gone, right? No, not yet. The game's taking a little while to wake up, too. Arrows on the road indicate how safe it is to drive back and forth on that road. The red arrows indicate that we have not yet wiped out every building. These red arrows are probably close to being turned green. Green means we could drive up and down with the sirens on and we still wouldn't attract anybody. This is First Street in Louisville. This is one of the most densely packed streets in the game. Or at least it used to be. Once. And this right here. This is why the arrows remain red until these stragglers stop showing up completely. This corner right here is where we are getting close to more swarms that have not been cleared from the Louisville State University specifically. We cleared a segment of this parking lot so that we can use it for a bomb site. I do not believe we actually got to the point of deploying any bombs. If we had, it would have been this street light. Yeah, we did not. No point in deploying one now, not with this fog. I need to actually be able to see where the zombies are in order to herd them into a tight cluster. But nothing's stopping me from exploring the area. This segment, this little square area, that is LSU. I'm going to try to avoid spawning buildings and focus on outdoor foot mobiles. Plenty remain in the football field to my bottom left there. Surprisingly, lots of room here in the parking lot itself. Alright, you want your Silent Hill gameplay? Let's do your Silent Hill gameplay. Come on out. I know you're in there. Yeah, that's right. Now we're really getting into Silent Hill territory. The football field, overgrown, full of trees, also full of zombies. What could possibly go wrong? Don't let this fool you. There are plenty out here. There. I hate trees. There's rabbits in here. Those stupid things. Shouldn't have spawned in here. It's been a little while since I've had some rabbit meat. Yeah. There's another one. What? Why would I get tracking? I don't even have search mode activated. I guess just sneaking around while there's animals in the area? Oh, okay, sure. Imagine leveling a skill and not even realizing that you were doing it. Where'd the other one go? I hate that the game forces you to drop an animal in your hands if you equip a weapon. It used to not do that. It used to just put it in your inventory. Whatever. There you are. There's a big chunky rabbit. 5 encumbrance. Wait, where'd the damn thing go? I just picked it up. This game. Put me back in the stupid ass bushes. There, now it's picked up. That's more like it. I was honestly expecting a huge swarm of zombies in this football field, but there don't have to be. We end up hunting some rabbits instead of zombies. I'll take it. Now, that's the stupidest thing about these trees, is that there could be large groups of zombies that we've gone right past, and I wouldn't know. Because trees block sight and sound. Except for rabbits. You can hear rabbits from 70 tiles away without any sort of blockage from anything. Because that's the new sound paradigm right now. Which yard line do you think we're up to here? Approaching the touchdown, maybe? I don't play much sports ball, so you'll have to forgive my ignorance of the terminology. You know, I think we might have... No, we've never been up to 3rd Street on this character. Most of the targets seem to be in the parking lot now. I wonder if it's, like, if there's only a certain event. Oh, wow. Okay, they all saw me. So much for sneaking. Break line of sight there. Well, we can at least say for sure that there's no large groups in the forest, or the, well, it might as well be a forest now, in the football field forest. 1,540 hours and we're still inundated in fog. That is definitely one of the things of all time. Yeah, just one more step and suddenly all three of them are on you. Outdoor stealth just doesn't seem possible with conspicuous, but indoor stealth actually does seem... It kind of feels viable. I mean, indoor stealth, they don't notice me anywhere near as quickly as they do outdoors. And I do find that interesting because I didn't actually think that light levels were going to depend that much on whether they see you or not. Because flashlight doesn't seem to change anything about whether I get spotted. But indoor versus outdoor is more than just flashlight. It is possible. Difficult, but possible. Now remember, if another zombie sees me, my ability to jaw stab is instantly gone, apparently. So even if I can get close enough to this guy to nail him with a jaw stab from behind, this guy might see me. And the simple act of this guy seeing me means I won't be able to jaw stab this guy, guaranteed, from behind. That's the game we're playing right now. Oh, they noticed me, so. I would prefer not to get close enough to actually spawn in the dormitories over there. I don't think I can nail this guy without doing that, though. I hate fog so much right now. I really do. It's not just fog, it's all-day fog. It's 1,700 hours right now. Whatever. I want the sound designer of this game to listen very carefully right now. Is this really necessary? Do I really need to have 6 raccoons and 17 rats squeaking, hissing, and spitting in every single goddamn direction? Is this really necessary? "70 tiles. We can hear these fucking things from 70 tiles away. I think the fog is finally starting to lift. Yes, it is. Slowly. It'll be gone by 1900. Okay, yeah. Let's get this party started. Pipe bomb linked. Pipe bomb planted. Now, we don't have the bomb here in this parking lot because I did not go all the way up here, and that's okay. There are going to be opportunities to use this parking lot later. Yes, Luchador. That is, if you haven't seen one of my pipe bombing activities, you're in for a treat here. That is what is on the agenda right now. We're pulling them all outside, and then we're pulling them up to where we've got a bomb planted, and we will erase from existence. Multiple. It's going to take a minute to get them down there, but that minute is going to be a lot shorter of a minute than it would be to try to kill all these guys by hand. I would usually do a slower cruise control for a controlled grouping like this, but right now I need to just get them out of the building and into this parking lot. Right, this is Louisville College. Ekron College seems to have been extremely nerfed. Or at least it has been for the last two characters that I've visited it with. In the past, first time I went to Ekron College with 42.7, there were about twice as many as these zombies at Ekron College. I don't understand why, but ever since then it's been going down a little bit further and further. For this character, when we went there, we found a grand total of like 25 zombies in all of the building. It was kind of wild. Irvington Speedway, you have even more room to lure them around as long as there's no overgrowth. Okay, so the back line is only slow shamblers, nobody else is coming out of the building. We're clear to lead them to where the bomb is planted. Now I'm using a remote bomb. I'm going to be real with you guys. If you've got a vehicle with a light bar like this, you can just lead them to a lit campfire and they'll set themselves on fire. You'll still eventually clear them that way. But I like doing it all at once. And fire will delete any loot they have on them, so that's also a factor. The location of the bomb is this street light down here that I'm marking with the green highlight right now. So now that we're actually approaching it, we can slow down significantly, give everybody a chance to follow us in. And we'll have to loop back a little bit. The slow shamblers have them slow attention spans. See, some of them up there might even forget that we're out here if we get too far away. Now, if you set your cruise control to 5 miles an hour, that's enough to stay ahead of them as long as they're directly behind you. If they're coming at you from a perpendicular angle, you'll want to boost it to 10. Or just take the hit. It depends on the situation. Sometimes it's okay to just take the hit. This is a combat truck, so I expect it to take hits. Yeah, that sounds about right. So now that we're looping back, we'll go up from 5 to about 10 miles an hour here. We could have probably already detonated by now if we had planted the bomb in the parking lot up here. But the problem is the parking lot up there was already loaded with zombies when we got here, so we couldn't really scout it out ahead of time and plant it. The next bomb will be in that parking lot. Now, choosing to do this in the evening is not the best decision because it's harder to monitor where they're at. Your view, even if you got good headlights, your view cone gets narrower, so you cannot see as wide of a segment of them. But that's okay. This is not the biggest group I've dealt with in the area. Now, I'm going to have to get through this. I'm just going to kind of nudge them out of the way with Serpentine here. I want to try to avoid having to, you know, plow them over and push and, like, drive over top of them. I want to avoid that as much as possible. I'll pull up a little bit. Try and get these guys to clear one side of the road. And then go a little faster while the road is clear. It's still going to take these slow shamblers up here a little while longer. I'm not going to wait for every single one of them, though. Honestly, if we wipe out as much of the fast and mediums as we can, the slow ones are so much easier to deal with. So remember, the bomb is right here. It has a 7-tile radius in every direction. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in that direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tiles in that direction, too. So just imagine a circle with that as your diameter. That's the radius. How many parking spots is that? 2, 3, 4. That's basically 3 parking spots in each direction. So just imagine a circle that encompasses 3 parking spots in each direction from that street light, and that's our dead radius. Everything inside that radius is dead. We've just got to actually get these slow assholes down here now, and that can sometimes be the most annoying part. Pro tip, you can turn on your flashlight and stick it out the window. That does help a little bit in situations like this. Now, my character just got fatigued. Normally that wouldn't bother me for combat, or, I mean, if I'm not getting out and hitting them with my sword right now. But I don't want to... that also narrows my view cone. So I'm actually going to go ahead and drink one of my coffees. Drink my tactical coffee here. And that'll actually widen my view cone a little bit so I can monitor their movement better. As soon as this group of slow shamblers is here. At this point, it's more of a safety concern. I just want to be able to circle the entire group. Alright, faster here. Give me manual control. Okay, we're just about there. Let me get a little bit of distance and then pull up my UI. We've already got the remote controller right here at the top. And here we go. Oh, we cooked them. I would have preferred to be able to actually see the blast, but that's one of the reasons that we shouldn't usually do this at night, because of how narrow the view cone is, and I can't look around while I'm actually clicking the trigger. So, all right, here goes nothing. Wish I had an idea of how many that actually was. It was definitely less than 500. I would probably put that at maybe a little over 1 or 2, 200 tops. It definitely was not halfway to the Shadow Zombie threshold, which is 500. I can usually feel a little bit of a frame rate drop if it gets to the 500 zombie threshold, or as it gets there. So that was a good start there. But if anybody's not familiar, when you use a remote bomb, currently it does not count remote bomb kills in your kill count. So we didn't get any, our kill count didn't go up much from that, but that's okay. Kill count is just a number. And we have successfully wiped out a parking lot and some of the first 2 floors of the South Dormitory of LSU. As you can see, there are stragglers, and I'm willing to bet that if we were to go through the building, there'd probably be some more of them. But it is now close to our bedtime tonight, so we have had a successful day despite most of the day being sucked up by fog. See, look at that. Some of them are still flipping out of the windows. And that's fine. That's why I'll leave it with a little firearm discharge there. Which way, Western Man? It's this way, isn't it? My brain was telling me the other way. Alright, I'm hitting that. No, it is this way. Alrighty. Back down 1st Street in Louisville here. A street that should be clear by all measures, but can't make any guarantees yet. We still have random Zeds coming out of the woodwork, so it's still a cautious territory. And unfortunately, I do not think we will ever be able to drive down this road without a frame rate drop. That whatever the devs are working on in the background, some texture streaming stuff I recall reading about in the latest patch notes, they're still working on it. And I think it hits no more. It doesn't hit anywhere harder than 1st Street in Louisville, because as you're going down the road, you're loading in and unloading all these big, huge, multi-story buildings. Literally the biggest buildings in the game, so. Got our field base here at the corner of 1st and Jefferson, I think it is. Isn't it? Make that 1st and West Main. Yeah, 1st and West Main is the cozy box here. That blood off my hood. It's a skill issue. I shouldn't have hit a single one of them. We picked up some rabbits because they were making a lot of noise and they were trapped. We did them the coup de grace. It might have seemed cruel for me to be randomly running around with a knife killing rabbits earlier, but honestly, they were right there in a... they were trapped in a football field with a group of zombies. They were not going to get out of there. We have done them a favor. They would have been stressed for the rest of their lives. Good morning, Amelia. How's it going? You joined right after we finished a pipe bomb there. A smaller one, by all measures. It was a parking lot of Louisville State University. Doing all right. stayed up way too late last night. I don't usually watch full live streams on my YouTube experience, but yesterday Mediker was streaming, so I just had to stick around. Mediker streams are my guilty pleasure. And the rabbit meats that we've picked up shall go into the freezer. Right on time for bed, actually. I'll leave a couple of slabs of average cut here, and we'll put them in our next round of salads. No, actually, maybe not. We've got several salads to go through before we're ready for that. Alright. In that case, we'll get our first sleep here. We've been getting cold a lot in the area, so I'm going to try to put on my... What am I going to put on? Lumberjack shirt, that'll keep us warm. Yeah, it's true. Very true. I don't even have autoplay turned on, but the related tab is a rabbit hole sometimes. I'll start scrolling, and next thing you know, I've got 6 or 7 videos queued up. Alright, folks, I gotta step away for a brief moment here. And when I get back, we'll get things cleaned up here and get our next plan of action formulated. One moment, folks. Be right back. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. I get some of my news on YouTube. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it is just something to be aware of. If YouTube news sources can either be good or extremely biased, and I actually count those as a paradigm, right? Good means you acknowledge your bias and you don't what's the right word? You don't let it affect everything. And then there's the people who lean into their bias and allow it to affect 100% of everything. One of the things that I like to do is look at what people are talking about on YouTube and then pull up the source itself and then see what they have to say about it. See how they twist it. It's a fun mental exercise. We've got some of these salads are halves, I think. These 3 are halves. Yeah, we'll just take all 3 of these for tomorrow then. Because that's 60 hunger worth. Weapons check. We should have... Our sword is down to its last... 2/3, maybe? Well, no. That's like 2/5 right there. Yeah. Going to film school was a very eye-opening experience for me because one of the first things I started to realize was propaganda techniques. And that soured me on a lot of things. Took some soul-searching before I actually started paying attention to current events again. Because at one point I just got really cynical about it, and I was like, wow, what's the point about... Nobody's telling the truth about anything, man. Why would I even want to bother reading news? But I kind of got over that mentality at some point, and I don't know if I would say that I go as far as to say trust but verify anymore. That's still a bit of a meme, a bit of a boomer era meme. It's not incorrect though. Biased unless proven otherwise. That's probably a good way to phrase it. I expect that this hunting knife that I'm currently rocking is going to eventually lose damage from being lower condition. It hasn't yet. If you look at the damage bar, it's exactly the same for the one with the lower condition as it is the higher condition. But it's not going to be that way forever. Blades eventually lose their maximum edge. So we got a replacement staged in the truck. Yes. Okay, here's a really easy one. Every time you read a news article, look for the phrase claimed, without evidence. Just see how many times you see that in a news article. It doesn't even matter who you're talking about. And you see this both on the left and the right. Whenever somebody says that, where they say that, there's a claim but no evidence, look a little bit deeper into what they define as evidence, if they even suggest that. And most of the time, they just completely gloss over that. Claimed without evidence. I mean, does anybody talk about other things that way? My friend went to the mall. He claimed without evidence. It's just one of those things that you expect to hear it from the news. You don't expect to hear it in normal conversation. And what's that disconnect? What is the disconnect there? Something worth thinking about. I was actually going to go to sleep just now, but I was not tired enough to go to sleep, and that is because I drank a coffee. I have this problem in real life. I quite literally did it last night. I made the mistake of ingesting some green tea a little bit late in the afternoon, and that has caffeine in it, so that is one of the reasons I'm sluggish this morning. But art imitating life and whatnot. Is there any scouting I can do right now? I think we've scouted out for most of First Street here. Well, what if I scout out the, let's just do a room by room on the nearest of the LEO buildings here. We'll come back at about 5:30 maybe, and try to sleep again. Oh, we don't even need to do that. If you're not sure whether your character is ready to sleep or not, there's a lot of surfaces you can right-click on it to check. Like you could even right-click, I think, on a computer chair, because I think that's technically valid for you to sleep on. Not that I would recommend it, but... Do we need to repair the trunk? No, it's actually good. Okay. The most recent bombing activity took a few collisions, but it doesn't look like it took too many. So, what I was just talking about there is... yesterday's stream, when we got to my zone de bouffe here, we were doing a room-by-room clearing, and in so doing, we got a little too close to this building over here. This building over here is part of the police department complex. And by getting too close to it, we woke up the entire complex, all 5 buildings. So that's why most of last stream was spent fighting the police department crowds. What I want to do now is actually take a look into the police department building. We're going to go inside the building. We're going to make Ray Epps proud. And see what kind of straggler activity there is. Yeah, that it does. Remember, this person did that? Even though it has nothing to do with the current story? So this particular building, I think it's supposed to be a lab. I mean, let's see. The microscopes kind of give it away. An evidence lab, specifically. For the LEOs in the attached building. Hey, Command, how's it going? So I actually lied. You cannot sleep on a office chair. Regrettable. Okay, interesting. A baking soda and a lab POI. Alright. I would have almost thought that this is a morgue POI based on that loot, but I don't see no morgue tables. Alright, this building looks like it's good. We are going nowhere near those stairs. Because the moment we go up those stairs, all 5 buildings will spawn in their 3rd floor immediately. So, no, we're not doing that yet. Not just yet, folks. Not just yet. Wait a minute. What's going on here? So what is this room? There is no room. This little 3x3 square right here? There's no doors. How do you get in there? Now that's fascinating, because it sounds like there's a zombie to my left. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's a zombie in this 3x3 area here. But we can't get in there because there's no way in. That's fascinating. I wonder if it's an elevator shaft. That would be a viable explanation. In order to get into an elevator shaft in this game, you must use a sledgehammer. There is no other way. Elevators don't do anything. They are just empty enclosures that cannot be entered unless by leave of destroying the wall itself. It's actually kind of dangerous too, because the zombie will hear you attempting to destroy the wall and therefore be waiting for you on the other side of it. Yeah, look at that. See, when we highlight the wall to destroy it, you can see that the elevator doors are there. So this is an elevator shaft. Now, I suppose this wall will be alright. So what I'm going to do is when I start sledgehammering, I've got my thumb on the space bar to push because, like I said, it's probably going to be waiting right on the other side of the door for me. I'm also going to position myself right at the edge of this tile, so I can do that from a distance. Just one, looks like. I don't even know if that happens on purpose. That zombies, I don't think they're supposed to spawn in elevators, but I've seen this happen before. It's usually in the really dense POIs that happens. Wendell Langston. Ah. I know somebody with a similar name to that. Alright, it's 6:30-ish. Let's see if we can sleep again. I would very much like to actually have functional elevators in this game, because then it would suddenly make the skyscrapers a lot more of an appealing thing. But I feel like the devs of this game wouldn't want elevators too much, because elevators would be well, I mean, we're talking about a game that doesn't allow ladders. A zombie game that doesn't allow ladders. I'm going to say that one more time. This is a zombie game that has ladders in the world, visually, that the player cannot climb. That's complex motor movements as a necessity to get to an area is the zombie's greatest weakness in theory. So of course that's not something we're allowed to have. Did I put on something warmer? No, that's okay. It is gonna temperature gets warmer, yeah. Beautiful day today. Beautiful. I would like to... You know what? Let's continue our progress on LSU. That actually is a useful thing we can do. That's a useful thing we can do. And then some guy just starts screaming. Meta events are unintentionally hilarious sometimes. So if I wanted to approach LSU from the opposite direction here, we would take the next turn to the east. Or, sorry, west. Right? I'm not cardinal directions here. Yeah. William Street in this direction, that's going east. Wolftone, that's going west, yeah. We're going south right now, I know that much. I have finally learned my cardinal directions to a certain extent in this game. You would think I would have learned it, I don't know, 2,000 hours ago, but no. No. I'm challenged with cardinal directions in real life too, so. We have dealt with this building here. This building here with the stone facade leading up to the brick. Yeah, we've dealt with that. Accidentally, also. Offices. Nothing more specific than that. It is the offices. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. Oh yeah, I'd believe that in a heartbeat. Hey, look at that. We are now level 3 with short blade. All we had to do was poker guy. I showed him my poker face. I remember Pizza World here. I remember being rather protective of its windows, and then, of course, I was quite impressed to see that all the windows were intact at one point, and then that one asshole came up there, and yeah, now it's not perfect anymore. Now I don't care anymore. It's dead to me now. I didn't turn too early, did I? Yes, I did. Just one street. We should have stayed on Pike down here to Creek. The LSU library, which is usually what a lot of people want to go for when they're going to LSU. Library is at the top of the box here, right? So they got the brochure shows us the extent of the entire university with this white square. LSU library is somewhere up here. Now, one question that I've always wondered is how many buildings in the 90s had their own backup generators, like already pre-installed on the roofs. That's something that you see a lot more often nowadays, because, you know, if power outages happen, lots of people want their computers to keep going. I don't think that was as common in the 90s, but I feel like some buildings did it. I couldn't tell you how many, though. I'm going to pull out the sniper since it's such a good day today. I don't know how far we'll get with it, but it's a pretty good shot right there. I've been getting a little frustrated with my shoulder cam here. I don't know if you guys can notice it, but it's actually been bothering the hell out of me. There's an ever so slight noise to the picture. And the reason for that is the grain, all the picture settings reset. There's an internal battery in it somewhere, and I don't even know where it is and what kind of battery it is, but the battery is clearly dead. This camera is well over a decade old. And because of that, anytime it loses power for longer than a second, all the settings get reset. Ah, here we go. There's a Ranger truck up there. Neat. And whenever the settings get set, for some godforsaken reason, the default signal gain boost to the picture is 18 decibels. It's fucking wild. I don't understand that. I don't understand what would ever have made that the default. I mean, maybe that's necessary to maintain the shutter speed at 60. Without losing too much, without losing too much, light. But what I end up doing usually is I'll go in there and change it to just something like 6 decibel on the signal boost, and then, on the gain, and then set the shutter speed down to 30. Despite the fact that it's putting out the 1080i, so it is still doing a higher frame rate. It's fine. It can handle shutter speed of half of what it's built for. That's why it's a little bit darker and a little bit grainier. I seriously doubt too many people actually care about that, but for some reason it really bothers me. Now that was just a waste of 762 right there. Embarrassing. That's 100-year-old power grid, yeah. I mean, that I'm experiencing a power grid that's aging in real time right now. So I live in Northern Virginia, And some deep lore in Northern Virginia. Northern Virginia is the... If you view data center expansion as a cancer, Northern Virginia was the tumor that spawned it all before it metastasized and got into the bloodstream of the country. Northern Virginia is where, you know, a lot of ISPs had their headquarters. Amazon had US East built from the ground up here. It's been data center city for well over a decade now. But now that the entire frickin' country is becoming data center city, they're still trying to build more in this area. And so we went from some of the cheapest electricity on the planet, and I'm not exaggerating, we've got 3 nuclear power plants on one grid here in Dominion Energy. Some of the cheapest power on the planet is now rapidly increasing cost. In some small part, I'm okay with that because Dominion has actually inked a deal with Amazon to build another nuclear plant on this grid. So we're going to have 4 on one grid soon. But soon. It's not easy to build a new nuclear power plant in the United States, but until that plant gets built, even after it gets built, I don't suspect power costs are going to go back down. Because, I mean, they're just probably going to shift to a different excuse, right? Why would anybody on the planet ever lower prices right now? For anything, ever. They're just going to pocket the profit at that point. As soon as we get accustomed to paying higher prices, yeah. I shouldn't be so naive to assume that they would actually lower it back down. But maybe that will at least slow the rate at which the price increases. So I might be coping in that regard, but hey, I'll call it hope for now. But yeah, it's our power grid is actually built from the ground up to be able to withstand these stupid fucking data centers, and it still can only handle so much. And I'm finding that to be very darkly hilarious. I'm gonna just 9mm these guys. Nice, very nice. Let's have a bite to eat, shall we? So there's actually 2 vehicles in this lot right here that I would like. I don't have a Ranger truck anywhere in my fleet, so I want that just for the novelty. And these Jorgensen & Sons vans, they seem to always have a really nice baseline. So I will actually verify that. It's a preserved vehicle, so I can actually fire it up right now. Engine quality is only 68, though. That's actually really weak as far as Jorgensen vans go. For some reason, Jorgensen vans, in my experience... I've seen a few of these have 100 engine quality. We have another in the fleet with a 100 engine quality. But even the ones that are not 100 tend to be way above the average for step vans. So you see one of these sleek-looking designs here with Jorgensen & Sons emblazoned on it. You are in for a good vehicle. Oh, yeah. No, California's got a whole other boatload of problems. You would think that a nation that is just right there next to the, you know, half of its surface area, or half of its border is coastline, you would think they wouldn't have problems with droughts all the time. You know, you would think they would have a sufficient desalination infrastructure and, you know, water infrastructure to pipe all the water where it needs to go. No, not even close. Not even close. To this day, despite having desal technology for God knows how long, still every other year it's a drought year now. Oh no, it's a drought year. We need declare a state of emergency quick. I have a very cynical perspective on California. It's got the bigger GDP than many small nations, but it's probably a great case example of why GDP is kind of bullshit. And even per capita GDP is kind of bullshit. Hate monger moment. Ooh, tell them about per capita. I think this is all coming out of the... Yeah, this is all residential right here. All these guys slapping the fence, and the ones coming in from this area, yeah, all residential.
Hey!
I would set this up as a good spot to shoot, but this car is right in the way. It will eat my bullets up. I hear somebody slapping a window. Is the building in play? I don't know. South, ×1. I don't want to box myself in here. Especially if I'm gonna, yeah, if I'm gonna be fighting in there, I should have my truck with me. It does not make sense to have my truck on the other side of the fence. Don't do that to yourself. I was informed of something the other day about short blade and jaw stabs. I couldn't even believe it when I heard it, but I'm witnessing it right now. If more than one zombie is locked onto you, I don't even think the game will give you a jaw stab anymore. You be the correct range, and you could get a good roll to trigger it, and it just won't happen because multiple zombies are coming at you. Now, there's one good thing about that is that means you're not going to accidentally get stun locked, because a jaw stab is a 1-second stun lock. So you see how she raises her hand? I could jaw stab this zombie right through the fence, but I can't because this guy has targeted me. So the simple fact that I am being observed by another zombie means that no jaw stab for me. Now this guy, maybe this guy? Yeah, I can jaw stab him through the fence because nobody else is targeting me directly. These zombies who are moving, they're just going towards the last noise they heard. If they knew where I was, if they had kept track of me, they would still be hitting the fence, because that's how zombies work. When they get stuck on a fence, they continue to hit it until they stop tracking the player. I have very mixed opinions about this. See, on one hand, like I said, I hate stun locks in this game. Anything that stops your ability to move. Anything that would make it so that clicking these buttons does not make me move in a circle like this is extremely dangerous and should be avoided at all costs. That jaw stab qualifies as one of those. I will not say that that's the only reason that I'm still alive right now, but it is a very important reason as to why I don't die very often. It's because things like that actually lock me in place are things that I avoid like the plague. You know, I'm gonna say that I'm being careful with it, but it feels like playing with fire is what I'm uncomfortable with it, very uncomfortable. We're way outside of my comfort zone when it comes to jaw stabs. There's a very easy solution to that. The Indie Stone could just make it not be a whatchamacallit, something that locks you in place. What I would recommend, and I don't know if the Indie Stone would ever be interested in this, they don't like my feedback usually, but if you wanted to make jaw stab, or this would also apply to the eye stab with the spear, if you wanted to not make it a stun lock, but you also would want to incentivize people to actually stand still so that they can finish the kill, just increase the chances of the knife getting stuck and left behind inside the zombie if you start moving. So make it so that we can move while we're doing a jaw stab, but just disincentivize it. That is far more... I feel like that's a great balance right there. It sounds like bargaining, of course, but, I mean, honestly, I feel like that's a pretty fair thing right there. We should always be able to just disengage. That is my... I'll die on that hill. We should always be able to disengage from anything, whatever we're doing, anywhere, ever. We should never voluntarily lock ourselves in place. See, I like that. I really do. I feel like Spy from Team Fortress right there. Problem is, Spy from Team Fortress could have done that literally 10 times faster than me. Because all he has to do is be within like, you know, 2-finger reach of somebody from behind. And that's it. They're dead. With this, we've practically got to be hugging the zombie from behind. We got to give him the sweet caress of death before we can do that from behind. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go as far as to say jaw stab is a trap. I think face stab is kind of a trap. I think incentivizing players to go for a face stab is probably kind of a trap. Going up from behind for the insta-kill, I mean, this just kind of feels cool. If I can actually get behind him, which, you know, not a reasonable expectation for a clumsy, conspicuous person. We've been handicapped for stealth from the very beginning, because that's not my gameplay style. I'm also pretty sure that if I did what other people do and turned on the melee targeting outlines... I hate that sound. It was an animal sound, but it sounded for like a Zed breathing for a second. Anyway. So that was a cathedral right there, if I'm not mistaken. No, that's not a cathedral. That's just one of the LSU buildings. Okay. So before I spawn in this building here, this one to the south of me, which is another one of the LSU buildings, maybe the North Dorm. LBMW, isn't that where Jackie J works? Yeah, LBMW, that's Jackie J. Interesting. Yeah. We, if anybody's not familiar, we buried Jackie J at her field site at the Knox Boundary Camp. So we found her, we put her to rest. And by an absolute fluke of numbers, we found a exact replica of her jumpsuit. And we have a copy of it in our expedition ambulance. Yeah, alright, let's explore this. Why not? The building is now spawned in. The density doesn't look that bad. That doesn't look bad at all. No, that's not bad at all. As far as the Louisville building goes, yeah, this could be so much worse. In fact, we dealt with worse already in this stream. The South Dorm was twice as bad. Oh, my sword is almost done. I knew that prior, but I forgot to replace it. Yeah, we'll get a new sword out before we start this encounter. I mean, encounter. It's a building that does not seem to have an extremely threatening interior. But who knows? Maybe there's a meeting room in there with like 500,000 Zeds. That was a stage 2 mistake right there. She winded up the grab animation for a few frames there. Shouldn't let that happen. We're fucking around a little too much today. I don't mind trying to level the knife in a controlled environment, but that's the key condition. It needs to be a controlled environment. I need to have a much better control of the environment before we're going to do something like that. I don't have a replacement sword. Okay. That would be why I didn't replace it, probably. So let's do this. Let's just put away this sword and just replace it with machete. Machete's just as good as a sword as long as you aren't relying on the range. If anybody's not familiar, machete is functionally equivalent to a sword in every way, except it is a one-handed weapon that has a slightly shorter reach. So if you want to have something in your offhand, like a flashlight or whatever, bag of loot or whatever, you're better off with a machete than a sword, because sword will make you automatically drop it. Here we go. If someone gets in the way of true justice, you simply walk up from behind him and stab him in the heart. I wish I could do a Liam Neeson voice. That'd be pretty cool. Can't. Couldn't try. Couldn't even if I wanted to. I'm very curious. Is there even an angle that somebody who's actually good at stealth could approach these 3 zombies from and not have one of them catch you? I don't... Maybe? Maybe if you get up, go all the way around, get behind this woman right here. I don't... That's an open question right there. It looks like they're covering each other's blind spots. Stealth in this game is, like I said, I've always said this, stealth feels like a meme in this game. And it's situations like this one right here that kind of make me feel like, yeah, it's kind of a meme. I mean, sure, you can wait for them to reposition, but how do you know one of them doesn't start repositioning right as you approach? It's just all a numbers game at that point. I prefer the direct approach, perhaps. Alright, so, is that the library right there? I think this might be the library. Yes. Yes, this is the library. I remember it now. When I came here on my first character that I did Louisville on, anime, when I got here to the Louisville Library, or the Louisville State University Library, I initially did not think it was that building because there were no zombies in it. Like, almost no zombies at all. But I don't know if that's always going to be the case, or maybe it is completely random. But since it is one of our primary targets of the area, yeah, okay, yeah. Let's take a look. I don't see nobody. I actually, the fact that, okay, this is now going to be the... second time that I've come to the LSU library without a substantial zombie presence. One zombie so far, that doesn't really count. Now, outside, next to it, that is, yeah, that's perfectly expected. But this is making me wonder if it would really be that difficult for even somebody like recently spawned in to somehow sneak your way to the LSU library, like really early on. I've never tried that. I don't think I ever will, because, I mean, you know, stealth has never been my strong suit. Throwable pebbles, yeah. No, this game seriously lacks throwables. If I can wield a sword to such an effect that I currently can, I feel like I should be able to throw it. Hell, where's my hatchet throwing? Where's my hatchet throwing, man? That's a legitimate warfare tactic right there. Can't use that against zombies, though. So on this side of the building, basically as you go up the stairs, this whole side of the building is just bookshelf, 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 bookshelf. I do believe it is the biggest book resource on the map. Now, I had somebody in chat at one point tell me that they were finding books here that I was not thinking would ever be there. So I'm not even going to bother like trying to loot everything right now. I'm just going to peek at these I'm going to peek at these shelves. And I'm just going to see if we actually see any book types that I don't expect to see. What I expect to see is literally everything except for aiming, reloading, napping, and Longblade. One guy in chat drops by and is like, no, man, I found all 5 books of every single type, including Longblade. I'm like, you and what mods, buddy? You and what mods? I didn't tell him he's a liar, but I was very skeptical. And I now believe that I am fully vindicated in my skepticism. Don't tell KTO, he's not here yet. Don't tell him that I found Tailoring 5 just now. I'm gonna have it be a surprise later. Yeah. No, there are no no, we're not gonna find those. We're not gonna find the rare 4. Not in here. This is just normal library bookshelves. There's just a lot of them, so it would be perfectly reasonable to assume that you can assemble a collection of almost everything except for the rare 4. Oh, I shouldn't have opened my fucking mouth. This is a copy of Aiming 4? Okay. I eat my words. I eat my words. I eat every single there's even a cheapskate John spiral here. I'll take that. But yeah, no, this right here. Okay. Okay. Let me eat crow. Oh man. Zombie triggering a car alarm. That's would you believe me if I told you that could happen to us right now? It would be extremely rare, but it still could. Despite the fact that we're a year and probably, what is it, 7 months now? 1 year, yeah, right about 1 year and 7 months in. Oh shit. We are just about to get underweight. I'm glad I checked. We're just about to get underweight, which reduces our melee damage. So after today, we're going back to base and we're going to get fat. As silly as that sounds, the game does not tell you this, so I have to spread the word. If you're underweight, as in below 75 kilo, and you have the underweight trait, you do 20% less melee damage. I'm going to say that one more time. 20% less melee damage. This is not shown anywhere in the game, but I was reliably informed of such, and I have experimented and confirmed, yes, you absolutely do. 20% is, like I said, I have not looked at the code. 20% sounds extremely correct. You do a lot less melee damage. A lot less. And that's wild. Now, that aiming book that we saw. Okay. Okay, here we go. So this, it looks like this particular bookshelf, um, in fact, if you look at the books that are in here with aiming, it says base.book_military history. So what we're looking at here is one particular shelf that has spawned an aiming book and then two entertainment books of the military category. So what we need to find out is how many of those particular bookshelves are there. So we will not expect to see... I imagine a world where I am also correct, and the guy in chat who told me that he found aiming here is also correct. Basically, what we're looking at there is one of these bookshelves is not like the others. Because if we look at some of these other shelves, they're different categories. That one's book.science. This one's book_politics, book_art, book_cinema. So, like, basically, there's some shelves that are going to be different from the generic loaded with skill bookshelves. So I do think it's still a reasonable expectation not to find any of the rare 4 in these bookshelves full of other skill books, right? So we see a bookshelf full of electrical, butchering, carving, whatever, that we're still not going to see aiming or reloading, napping, or longblade. I'll be impressed if we see any longblade in here. I still don't believe that we're ever going to see longblade anywhere but survivor houses. The devs just seem obsessed with making those unreasonably rare. There's probably a fencing club at Louisville State University in real life. There's probably a literal fencing club. And you're going to tell me that they ain't got no books. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. So that being said, let's just, like, try to identify... Yeah, these are... What if they're all the same vertically? No, that can't be it. Okay. So maybe what we're looking for is, like, a row of shelves that are, here we go. So this one's entertainment of a specific category. Let's look for one that has military. Yeah? No? No, not this one. Legal. No, we're back to skill books. Look at all that. Yeah, like I said, you could probably come out of this place with a full 5-book collection of everything except for the rare 4. I'm just curious to see if it's like a fixed number of... Like, if I came back here in a different character and I went to that same bookshelf on the lower floor, would I see another bookshelf with military history books and a potential chance at aiming? Is that how that works? Or is it just a chance for one of these bookshelves to be... Here we go. Here's another one. So maybe it is just a chance for one of these bookshelves to be a quote-unquote military shelf. So this one has the Battle of Somme, the French Revolution, and Reloading 4. Okay. So we know what to look for then. It's not that we'll ever see it mixed in with these other books, but we'll see a specific type of bookshelf, and we'll be able to identify it probably from a distance, because, I mean, like, if it has, like, a mix of entertainment books and skill books, then that's probably what we're looking for. So, Glassmaking 5, I'm taking a copy of that too, because while I already have a copy back at Phallus Lake, I don't have a copy here in Louisville, and I don't know when I'll ever go back to Phallus Lake. There's nothing stopping me, but that's a long drive, so I need to have a very good reason to go back there. Glassmaking by itself is not a good enough reason to go back there. So now that I have copies of Glassmaking and Pottery, 5s of both, here in Louisville, I don't think I'll ever need to go back to Phallus Lake just for books. And that's a good thing. Very good thing. I mean, like I was saying, I could come out of here and have probably a mirror of most of my Phallus Lake library, except for the rare four. If I ever wanted to level up napping, for example, we still have not seen a single napping book anywhere in this entire building. So we're on the 3rd floor, by the way. 3 out of 5 floors, and we still have not seen a single napping book. So, homie in the chat who said that you can find anything here, no, absolutely not. He was correct to say that aiming and reloading have a chance. I will dispute the extent of that chance, because so far we found exactly one of each. But it is a chance, and I'm all here for that. But if you are reliably looking for aiming and reloading books, gun stores with shooting ranges and survivor zombies and survivor homes are pretty much still your best bets. Here we go, Reloading 5. Hell yeah. This is another one of those military ones, so military history books, and now Reloading 5, that's another one of those level 5s that I would have to go back to Phallus Lake for. That being said, while it looks like we might be close, it is 1,500 experience away. We reloaded 8 magazines of 762, which is 8 times 30. 240 bullets got us about 100 experience. Barely. So, and that's an entire carton of 556. So what I'm trying to say is I don't think we have enough magazines with bullets and magazines to even get to level 8 so that we can read that book. But if we do, now we don't have to go back to Phallus Lake, so that's cool. Now, like I was saying before, I do not know if it is a reasonable expectation to assume that everybody who comes here is going to have this quiet of an experience. It's only on my last 2 characters that it's been this way. Or, sorry, no, we never made it here on Nora, I don't think. Did we? I don't think we made it here on Nora. But I don't remember for sure. If there actually is a possibility that on my way up the road that goes parallel to the Ohio River over here, we haven't explored it yet on this character, but there is a road that's like kind of parallel to the Ohio River, and I explored that thoroughly on Nora. There's a possibility that I diverted down here and went up and down these stairs, and just, you know, it didn't even register in my brain meat because it was unremarkable. Yeah, so I might have been here 3 times. I don't even remember. I do definitely remember the first time because I remember being so surprised that there was virtually no zombies in here. We have killed exactly 1 zombie in this building. It's another cheapskate, John. I feel like there's no reason not to take a few of these fishing books. Seriously doubt that I'm going to feel incentivized to level fishing out here, but if I am, having the books can't hurt. So we've got, hang on, 3 and 5, and there's 4. We are currently fishing 2 or 3? 2. So we do need Fishing Volume 2. That's actually a book we could just read for the hell of it. Like if I just wanted to pass the time and do something that is not just sitting there. I did not realize that Fishing 2 is a book that I could just straight up read. We are now... I was kind of waiting for stage 2 hunger so that I could eat this salad in its entirety, as it is a 23 hunger salad. I know that there is a zombie clawing at a door somewhere in here. If anybody else has been hearing that, you're not going insane. It is there. I don't know which door. And unfortunately, we can hear it from so far away now that I'm not really worried about it. If there was going to be more than one zombie behind any one of these doors, they would have broken it a long time ago. And I was mentioning this before, but I really don't like how the zombie door damage is scaled right now. If there are two zombies next to a door, they almost instantly break it. If there's only one, I don't know if they'll ever break it. We literally went to sleep multiple times next to a zombie that was scratching at a basement door, and they never broke it. We ended up having to come back much later on and break it ourselves. How big of a fish you caught, and is it limited to only big water surface areas? I think big water surface areas might be a slight overstatement. I think small ponds do actually give a chance at fish, but I do believe that the size of the pond or the size of the water source will correlate to how big of the fish you get. I have the only amount of fishing I've really done in B42 has been in the Ohio River. I don't think I've ever cast a fishing rod into a small water source in all of B42, so I cannot really say. I'm just going off of logic there. I think I already did check this row. Yeah, let's, is this the top? No, there's one more. I don't know if there's going to be another set of books at the top floor here. But let's take a peek. Yeah, look at that, there is. Three copies of Cheapskate John's Chemical Warfare. 0 copies of Explosives. And that is unfortunate. But it would be very nice. Like, I don't need it. I don't need Cheapskate John's Guide to Explosives. I can already make them. But I would very much like to actually confirm that it could spawn here. Because that would be really nice. Because that would actually be a pretty strong incentive for me to hit this place, like, really early on. If there was a chance for that particular magazine to spawn here. 13 centimeters long with live bait and small ponds. Fishing restaurant in Brandenburg had 20 kilogram. I think the that restaurant is probably not indicative of. Ooh, here we go. Aiming 5. A copy of Aiming 5 in one of these shelves here. So far, that's 2 aiming books, 2 reloading books. So not like a full collection, but an extant amount. That's good to know. But I can still say with 100% confidence that not a single copy of any napping books whatsoever or Longblade so far. Yeah, which again, I lack the verbiage to say how stupid that is. top floor... Okay, this is where I was remembering. The top floor does not actually have any books. The top floor just has this, what's it? Oops. Just has, these file cabinets for some reason. There is roof access up here. I'm not really worried about that right now, though. In fact, I've got to step away again. I've been drinking way too much tea. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get out of here. And then we will catch our sleep back at base. We'll step away for a moment, and then we will we'll look into clearing this area in bulk of zombies outdoors. Because there are actually still a lot of zombies outdoors. I don't know if you guys caught, but there's this street out here. This street out here is crawling, actually. We can't see it right now, but it is actually... That's one of the reasons I've been sneaking around. I'm a little bit more cavalier now, because we are on our way out. But, yeah. Be advised. If one segment of an area seems clear, the other might not be. I left the truck running the whole time. Oops. Oh, it's this door right here. This was the door we heard being scratched the whole time. Nice. I didn't even know it was unlocked. That feels like a fluke that it was unlocked. Honestly, yeah, that's a perfectly valid thing to do, because it does take a lot of time and effort if you're on a you know, a playthrough that you're going long on and you're not cheating on, to actually like test something like fishing in a specific lake somewhere. That's probably something I would very much want to do in debug mode myself instead of in live. I think we can manage this. Yeah, let's get on the asphalt and go straight forward, and yeah. Maybe not. Yeah, we'll drop down to first gear as we do this. Regrettably, we can't tow it backwards. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to leave it at... I've cut a shortcut here. I'm just going to leave it at the parking lot base. The parking lot base is right here. Oh, come on now. Don't be like that. Look at this nonsense. It's stuck on that corner. There we go. But yeah, that little hole in the fence right there, we made that ourselves because the parking lot base is right around the corner here, and we needed to lure a lot of zombies. So this Jorgensen & Sons van, we can, the battery probably needs to be charged. We do not have a charger deployed here. I could deploy one easily. We have one in the fire truck. We never keyed this thing. Okay. That's regrettable. I'm going to have to smash a window. Generator magazine in this. I was not expecting that. This is a... Jorgensen & Sons is a carpentry practice. So I generally did not expect to see a... whatchamacallit. Did not expect to see a generator book in that. We actually have a charging room in here specifically, so we don't have to hear the stupid noise of the battery charger going off. Just got to fire up the generator. It is on the roof. If anybody watching right now was not here when I was in this area, we spent quite a bit of time here when we cleared these buildings, the office building there, Section 8 housing over there, and generally just the area around the mouth of First Street. So we still have plenty of infrastructure here. I think we even have, I'll have to double check, this step van right here. Is it an ammo van? Yes, this is one of my ammo vans. So what we're gonna do is we'll leave the carpentry van here, and we'll take the Kentucky Herald van back with us to our forward position, and we'll do that momentarily after I step away here. Remind me not to drink 2 of my teas so quickly in the morning. All right, folks, I'll be right back. Just a moment. Alrighty, I am back. I appreciate everybody sticking around. And you know what? I like that a lot better. I fixed the gain on my camera on my way back, and it definitely looks better in my opinion. So we are now hungry, but we don't have any perishable food left, so I'll just have a bite of some of our many... You know what? We need to put on weight now, like right now. We have not gotten the low weight trait yet, so it says we're 75 kilo, but we're not below halfway. We're not like, we haven't hit the halfway point, right? It rounds the number. You gotta tell us your setup. It tells us my setup. You know what? Okay, I have, I believe I've fixed my SRT stream, so I think I can actually show you. Show over tell, right? Let me test really quick. I have this script that allows me to send a video feed from my cell phone remotely. And it worked while OBS wasn't running, but it needs to work while OBS is running, because OBS should not be occupying the sockets that I've set up for it. Not anymore, at least it shouldn't. So, right here, we have a FFplay script that will open a window, just like the on the top left side of my screen there where my ugly face is and the over-the-shoulder cam. This FFplay script will open a window that will listen for an SRT stream from a local IP address on a specific port that I've forwarded for it at a 4-second latency. No errors. Okay, so it's listening now. So basically, now that it's listening, I fire up the app on my phone that will broadcast my camera to this specific local IP, and the phone camera gets broadcast straight to the computer here. So I'll pause the game really quick. So I'm always happy to show off a few things. So click the button. Now, like I said, this is going to be a 4-second delay. And I think it might actually try to do audio too. Yeah, it's going to try to do audio. So give me. Like I said, this is going to be a 4-second delay. And I think it might actually try to do audio too. Yeah, it's going to try to do. Okay, I just muted the window, so it's not going to do audio too. Like, this is a work in progress. I only just recently got it working properly. So what you're looking at now on screen, this new window I just opened up, is it's my phone broadcasting over Wi-Fi. But I can do this over the cell network too. So I can just, literally pick up my phone and send a video feed directly to my computer whenever I want to. So what I can show you with this is what my setup looks like from my perspective. So I've got a, really wide angle camera right here. You can see the fifth speaker. In my over-the-shoulder cam, you can see the 4 speakers, but here's the 5th one up here. And then my top monitor. If you ever see me look up, it's usually because I'm looking at my top monitor. That's where I monitor the live stream from. And then I also have 2 other monitors that I look at periodically. Top left up here next to the camera for the over-the-shoulder thing, that is my work computer right now. Haven't had to, knock on wood, I haven't had any calls this weekend. And then on this side is my second PC. It's an older gaming PC that I'm using as a NAS right now, and my whatchamacallit, my there it is, my PFSense router. That is its direct output. So if you give me a moment, what I'll do is I'll show you what it looks like from the outside. But I will have to switch microphones, so I'm going to unmute I'll unmute the, oh, I only just realized the 4-second delay is probably making this hard to follow. I used to have more. I used to have more screens. Oh, you know what? I don't need to, I was about to get up and show you guys, but, no, I actually have some pictures. I do have some pictures that I can just straight up show you here. So I hit the stop button on the app on my phone, and it cuts the feed on this side, so that's something that I'll make use of for different live streaming purposes later. But I do have some pictures that I took of my setup here that make it look a little bit, that one, this one here. Phase 1 expand. So this is what it used to look like. Or no, this is kind of like a better over-the-shoulder view right here of what it looks like when I'm at the console, and I've got the top monitor above me there. Okay, so here is a better view of what it looks like when you're standing in front of it, right? When you're standing in front of the... Now, this is old. This is actually a little bit old. You're not seeing the top monitor in this one, and you're seeing a different position for the monitor that's currently up here on my right. I also don't eat Cheez-Its anymore, so don't look too deeply into that. You can see a little bit better view of my keyboard tray from here. This is a VESA mount keyboard tray on a monitor arm. So this thing that the keyboard tray is mounted to, you've never really been able to see the keyboard tray too clearly from the over-the-shoulder camera there, but it's basically everything on this battle station here is mounted together with C-clamps. So this table right here, where my mouse pad is, where my drinks are, and everything. And don't pay too much attention. I don't always eat peanut butter. Okay. No, it's all mounted with C clamps. Everything is mounted with C clamps. The monitor itself on this side, not C clamps exclusively anymore. I have bolted one of these. The whole point of this setup was that building it out of wood, I should be able to mount whatever I want to it. When I say mount, I mean like actually drill holes in it. But I've decided against drilling holes in it in most cases, and I just use C-clamps because then I can adjust the height easily. You know, once you drill a hole at a specific height, then you're committed to that height. And the height has kind of been changing over the years, so there's another... if you actually want to see the PC itself, this is a view of the PC itself. If you're interested in the stats, I have it linked in the description. Once again, this is a slightly older picture. You can see that I have my GTX 1080 Ti and my RTX 2080. It's kind of hard to see from that, but this is an older build. I'm using the same case now for a newer build because this is an amazing case. I fucking love it. Thermal takes the Tower 900 is the name of the case. All these parts are linked in the description, by the way, at the bottom. The PC case, the monitor, and the build of my current PC. That's all linked in the description. This is just a better picture of it right here. And then I think everything else in this folder is pictures of what it looked like when I put it together. Do I have that? That's the scootable. Power Hungry Beast. Okay, so I'm living in an apartment with questionable wiring. What I'm actually doing with from a power perspective is I've actually got power strips plugged into different plugs on the wall that pull from different fuses, if that makes sense, right? So when it comes to power draw, you don't want to put too much on one fuse. You'll start blowing the fuse. I'm no electrician, but I know that much. So what I did when I started putting this place together is I just made sure that the power draw was being balanced across different fuses, right? So my PC and like my secondary PC and the battery backup that powers those are plugged into just one fuse. And then my monitors and my other PC, my third PC, I have three of them running right now. That's plugged into a different fuse. And then everything else in the living room is plugged into a different fuse. So there's three different fuses powering the entire setup. That's just to ensure that I don't overdraw anything. But I had a picture somewhere. Was it this one? Or, no, it was this one. Yeah, this one. This is a very old picture. Like, we're talking like 2017, 2016, maybe. This is what the battle station right here, this is what this wooden frame looks like, with nothing mounted to it. The lumber for this cost about 120 bucks. Like, not just the lumber, but the lumber and all the hardware. 120 bucks or so to build this. If you wanted to get a setup that was like, you know, designed from the ground up with steel and everything, to mount to a recliner for your, you know, to look cool like this, you'd be paying thousands of bucks. I took one look at that and I was like, oh, fuck you, I'll do it with wood. And I've done it with wood, and it's worked perfectly fine for almost a decade now. Because, yeah, I was still living at my parents' house when I built this. And I since moved into this apartment around 2017, 2018. So yeah, this setup is about a decade old now, and it's disassemblable, right? So what you're looking at right here, these mounted at the bottom there, mounted at the bottom there are post holes. It's meant to fit a 4x4, like you're supposed to put like a 4x4 post into it, and then I don't even know like what exactly you would do with that, like a sign post maybe. But these are just 2x4s, two 2x4s that I fit into it for the side rails here. The side rails are where the keyboard and the mouse tray are mounted on either side. And I have this photo over here of what it looks like when it's disassembled. This is what it looks like when it's disassembled completely. Rather easy to get it up the 3 flights of stairs to get to my apartment building when it's fully disassembled like this. It has not been disassembled since I moved in, of course, because that's a lot of work. I would never. I probably won't take it apart again until I'm ready to move to my own house, which is the next thing I'm going to do at some point. God knows when. Where is the? I think everything. Yeah, like I was saying, everything else in here is just like as I expanded. God, if only my apartment was still this clean. This is not what it looks like now, not even close. But this is an example of what I said when I used to have more screens. I used to have a lot more screens because I did not yet have this big 44-inch in front of me. So I used to oh, here we go. Yeah, this I particularly enjoy this photo because it shows no, it's not this one. I have another one. Where is it? Here it is. This one. This one happens to have on it the COVID dashboard. The ArcGIS dashboard for when COVID first started spreading. Total confirmed cases, 785,000. Total deaths, 37,000. Total recoveries, 165,000. Yeah, I picked up this dashboard really early on when I was somebody linked it to me from the government, and I was following it the whole time. And this is kind of how you could follow it in real time, and you could see the recovery rate. Yeah, it was nowhere near as bad as we thought it was going to be. So, last updated. Oh yeah, so this was like March 2020. Yeah, that's about when it was. March 31st, 2020, to be specific. But yeah, and of course these are not integrated into my into my setup. Maybe someday. One of these two Xbox 360s is currently disassembled. It red ringed, so I'm trying to fix that. But everything else is intact and somewhere over there. I have a capture card now, so someday you guys might see retro gaming, like, you know, from an actual retro machine, piped in to stream to live on YouTube. Don't know if or when I'll ever do that, but if it was going to be Nintendo 64 games first, because that's what I grew up on. So just a little walkthrough what we've got here. Let me shut my phone back down here. And I'm very glad to have successfully tested the socket transfer there. That worked great. So what we were trying to do here is get this step van outside and the new one inside. And we recharged the new one's battery now. Yeah, Nintendo 64 was my jam. If you guys think I spend a lot of time on Project Zomboid, you should see how my parents got angry at me when I picked up the N64 back in the day when I was a kid. Oh, man. How's it going, Chammy Cho? We need a new right window for this, but otherwise this is hardly going to be an important van. This one's engine quality is only 68, so it is it's mostly just going to be on standby unless I need another trunk for something. Unlike the whatchamacallit, the ammo van that's inside there, I want to bring that one forward now. I will take this wood glue. Every tube of wood glue at this point is another what's it called? Another couple of filters recharged. Doing a quick sorting of this. Oh, there's a wedding dress in here. I only picked that up because I can actually repair it for funsies. And I might need some more. Yeah, no, there's no might. I'm going to need some more butter. That's not even a question. Ah, yes, we do still have some coffee sweeteners here. Okay. We're going to go ahead and take the coffee and its sweeteners forward. Actually, we'll leave the coffee here. As long as this base has a generator, then we can leave the coffee here. That's perfectly fine. I will take the slightly rarer coffee sweeteners, though, because those we actually ran out of at our Ford location. So that's fine. That can come with us. It's been a little while since I've been here, so the amount of stuff that I would like to bring forward from this location has changed a little bit. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and let's bring the ammo van outside. And let's just reorient it so when we hook up, it'll be easier. Now, before we hook up tomorrow, we will probably want to go ahead and pump the tires up on these two vehicles. Because it was rather difficult to try to tow the other step van forward when it shouldn't have been. It should have been easy for this truck to do it. But it wasn't, and that tells me that the tires are probably low. So it is now our second bedtime. We'll hit the sack, and then shut down the generator and move back up to the Ford location. Rather significant wind chill today. So I'm going to put on this hat while we do this, because this actually does take a while and it doesn't generate body heat. Yeah, we're down like 5 psi on each tire, so... Really good performance tires on this van. But that doesn't help us if they're not inflated. One of them's almost down to half. I did actually hook it up, right? did. Where can you find How to Start a Generators magazine? There are many places. One of the things I would recommend more than anything is every time you see a heavy-duty vehicle like this one here, the Kentucky Herald, the fire truck, anytime you see a heavy-duty vehicle like a van or something, always check the trunk, the seats, and all the glove compartments. I have found probably more generator magazines in vehicles than I have anywhere else. I think vehicles are one of the most common sources now. I don't know that for 100% sure, but that definitely feels like the case right now. One of the places that there are the most highly concentrated number of vehicles that have a chance at spawning it is if you go to Riverside and you go to the Electromax warehouse, which is to the southwest-ish of the main city. The Electromax warehouse parking lot probably has anywhere between like 4 and a dozen of their company-branded vans, Electromax vans, and every single one of those has a chance of spawning a generator magazine in any one of its containers. So trunk, seat, glove compartment. Yeah, basically just check a lot of vehicles, and you'll probably eventually find it. But I mean, even in the Louisville State University Library, where we just were, we found a couple of them, so you can find them in libraries too. But I feel like it's far more common to find them in vehicles these days. For anybody joining, welcome. We've just finished a transport of another ammo van up to our Ford location here. And we just finished looking through the Louisville State University Library. I actually got into the library a lot easier than I suspected. So this would make like the second, possibly third time. Definitely the second. I can't remember if Nora ever hit the library. But we have definitely made it into the Louisville State University with almost no resistance now. The library specifically. It's just that the rest of the campus has so many zombies that getting to the library without tripping over them is probably going to be difficult in a lot of cases. But if you do a stealth run, you sneak your way up to the library, that might work. But, don't take my word for it. That is I've only done it a couple times. It could just be that there's a chance that the library will be crawling, and I just got lucky each time. That could always be a thing. The question comes up of where to put these books that we picked up from the LSU library. We don't have a lot of room in here. Unless I move the coffee. Let's move the coffee over to the food bag. Yeah, so this gun case right here is just some skill books that we could potentially read. Some of them, like we'll need fishing too if we want to make that a full box right there. And then some cosmetic clothing that needs to go somewhere else. Let's put that. We have enough room. Yeah, we are actually full on that. Let's move that and that. Briefcase can take the cosmetic clothing. Okay. These vehicles up here are kind of tool and material carriers, but both of these are pretty full right now. Okay, maybe a little more than pretty full. This one's completely full. Basically, if I was going to build a new base, these two vehicles right here would be some of the first that would come with me. Ah, here we go. The passenger seat of this one is clear. There's a few things in the other vehicle that I wanted to move elsewhere. Like furniture, for example. This broken glass is supposed to be RTB. That needs to go back to Jericho. To increase the carrying capacity of cars and trucks. I want to say that it all depends on what happens with our new vehicle guy who's on the staff with Indy Stone. Filibuster Rhymes is the guy. Is he going to do what the Indy Stone refused to do and give us better vehicles? I want to say the chances are pretty good, but I don't know. I do not know, and that is rather regrettable. It is possible that the Indy Stone will just restrain him and make him just do what they want him to do, which might not be much. Remember, the Indy Stone has not done much with vehicles over the years, and I am afraid of that. It makes me fear for the future. That's okay, that's better. We put the duffel bag of that over there, and yeah, sure, we can put that here, and that should be a mostly full passenger seat. Now we have a little bit more room in the trunk for things like these. We have an extinguisher and a coffee express. I like to have each of my bases have a fire extinguisher. I've never had to use a fire extinguisher at one of my bases before, but veterans of my audience will remember that there is one particular instance where we really needed it, and we didn't have it, so by policy now. By policy, we shall have it at all times. This set of jockey silks is my set that does not have holes in the chest. So it has a niche use case, but that might be relevant right now because it's quite cold. Perhaps not quite cold enough to want to bundle up any further, though. If anybody's not familiar, my meta strategy that I'm following with protective clothing is currently to intentionally leave holes in the upper and lower torso of several of the clothing items that I wear. That avoids insulation to the chest, which reduces the amount of overheating that happens to us. So we quite literally were wearing ventilated clothing underneath the jacket here. This jacket too also has I have a different leather jacket that has that also is like ventilated in the chest, right? So when the temperature starts getting warmer in the spring, we switch to that jacket that has the holes, and from there we progressively remove layers as required. I'm putting away the wood glue with the rest of it. That is for filter recharges. Most of this food stuff in my backpack goes into the food containers here. There's not most, all that goes in there. These cheapskate John magazines might as well be bed sheets for us. I have so many generator magazines that they too can be bed sheets. Okay, we did pick up some respirator filters. Those should go in the truck. And then broken glass, that's for the RTB van. We are gaining weight. Here's what I'm going to do. To get one of these salads out of the way, I will add some oil to the salad and then straight up eat it. Because these salads have already been made. And I don't have room in the freezer anymore. So I actually kind of have to do something with them. So let's go ahead and oil these up with, oils will add calories to them, so that will help me stay in weight gain. So vegetable oil, and mustard, and olive oil, and actual olives, perhaps. Everything else that we could add is not going to be too high in the calorie department. So we'll just straight up eat the whole salad. Here we go. This is our tailoring bag for field work. So we've got a bundle of leather strips right there. And we're going to need some more thread. And then a needle. And what we're going to do is patch up these jockey silks with all slots, including the chest. And then replace the ventilated ones that we're currently wearing. Perfect. These ventilated silks need to go in with wherever I'm keeping the leather jacket that has the ventilation. It's probably the truck. The truck is definitely starting to get overloaded here. So right now I'm keeping my armor, my sledgehammer, and my ventilated clothing all in the passenger seat here. Hey KTO, how's it going? We just hit LSU, and yes, we found a copy of Tailoring 5. I also confirmed that LSU does actually spawn aiming and reloading books, but we checked every single shelf, not a single Longblade or a single napping book. So those two are still extremely not non-present, not a single one. But aiming and reloading, we got a couple copies of a few things. It seems that there is a type of bookshelf, a military history bookshelf, that has both entertainment books of that category and aiming or reloading, like a single one. Goodbye. Goodbye, Ed boy. But no, so you can take that as a vote of confidence that you should, in fact, go to Louisville. Another thing is there wasn't a single zombie in the entire library, so that's the second time that's happened to us. I don't know if that means anything. That could just be a random chance, though. It could also mean, though, that if you sneak into the library, you might have a much better time than trying to go in there without sneaking. Got to do a sneaky sneak, as it were. We've got some loose 9mm ammo here. We're going to reload this magazine. And current magazine's good. This sword needs replacing. So sword that is worn/dull can go into decoratives. And we need to sharpen our knife. Hey, I mean, you know, there's your chance to prove that stealth is not a meme in Project Zomboid. I think it might be a meme, but I have been wrong in the past. Big bag of blades still has several swords in it, so one onto the belt. Well, if you give up on weight management, then regrettably you will and err on the side of being fat, then you will forever have fitness problems. I forget what the other issues are. Ranzera had outlined them all at one point. I just remember that the fitness problems were what stuck out to me the most. Speaking thereof, let me get these two salads oiled up and mustarded up here. And then we can say that we have some calorie-dense food for the day. Alright, so we should be well equipped. Let us go forth. Less damage, too? So you're telling me that even if you're fat, you do less damage. That is cursed. Truly cursed. Towing problems. Let's see, can I do hood to rear for burned wrecks? I do remember something weird about burned wrecks being like different as to the towing hookups you were allowed to do. Yeah, I can do front to rear for these. Why not front to front? Who knows? Cheat to have more perks, huh? Whatever works, right? Alright. We are on 2nd Street. That's rather poetic, because 1st Street is what we've been focused on mostly now. Now we're on 2nd Street. I had mentioned a few times that fossil oil fields right here was something that I was interested in clearing on this character, because it is a massive POI that I've never done before. I don't expect to be, like, overwhelmed by anything that's inside of it. This is not Fallout, so we won't have, like, Diamond City inside of it. But, yeah, who knows? That may be the next direction we go in. I'm just going to kind of mosey up here and check behind these fences and whatnot for any lurkers in the area. I do not believe we've spawned in this building. This multi-story apartment building to my left here. You can tell it's not Section 8 because the, whatchamacallit, the trimming around the window is nice and pretty looking. There is 0.0 Section 8 housing would ever do that. Clear them all using only knives. I would have to level my, well, you know what? Funny you should say that. There's probably no better place on the map to level your sneaking than by going around the mall in sneak mode. So I'm not even going to say no to that. I'm just going to say, not at the moment, but, oh shit. Oh shit, I might have gotten too close to that building. Well, if I have, then what? Did you see her putting her hand up and down for a second there? That was interesting. Yes, I'm hearing way too many door thumps to my left right now. This building is awake. We made the mistake, we woke it up. We should have paid more attention to this yellow line here. That's really funny. Oh, that's really funny. I don't know if I want to do that, but that's... Were you able to get, what's it called? Were you able to get nimble experience from that too? Because nimble is one of those stats that I hate so much when it comes to grinding it that I would never want to do grinds of it anywhere else ever. But I also hate it so much that I don't ever want to, like, you know, consider it to be worthy of trying to be honest with leveling it, because there is no way to level it other than, you know, I've had some people tell me that you can nimble in circles in combat stance in your base while cooking something. There's a lot of things that I'll tolerate on this stream in terms of boring content. That's not one of them. Your nimble is almost on 8. What? Oh well, yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, that'll do it. I really do want to have a gymnast character. My next character probably will have gymnast. It will depend on the Indie Stone and whether they continue to... LBMW. That's Jackie J's headquarters. What was the other one? What was the other one? If this is LBMW... It's the logo, the shape of the logo. That's Jackie J's right there. But if this is LBMW, then what's the other one? Are they the same franchise, but the other one was TV and this one is radio? That could be it. Yes. That could be it. I don't necessarily... I'm not that worried about it, so I'm not going to go look, but... I have been meaning to clear this intersection for a very long time. I think I'm going to go ahead and go for that. I literally left these torches here a while ago so that I could clear this intersection when it was not crawling with zombies, which it does not currently appear to be. So forgive me, I'm not going to fast forward while there's I'm in an area that I don't understand fully. Oh, shit. Shit, that didn't use the torch, did it? No, torch is still intact. There's gasoline in this. I can't wait for the update someday where I'm trying to dismantle a car that has gasoline and it causes it to blow up. Thankfully, that's not the case right now. I just don't feel like wasting gas. How much is there? Oh, the gas tank is full. Alright, I'll drag that one out of the way. That's going to bring... That was in my center speaker, so that's going to bring people from the bottom of the screen up to the top. This one also has gas in it. They both have full tanks. That's really silly. That's really silly. Alright, maybe I'll come back here later when I have a... Yeah, I'll come back here when I have a something to siphon it into. I don't even have a currently I don't have a gas can on me. And that's okay. I will come back with one. I just want to get these out of the road so the road's actually clear. Curious if the rules that I just talked about applies to these vehicles. So I can tow it forward. Not that I don't really want to. If I wanted to tow it backwards, could I tow it like this? Yes, okay. So it seems like what's broken right now is just the ability to hook up the same end to the same end. So hood to hood, trunk to trunk. Seems like that might be the problem currently. I don't even know if that's true, but that sounds like the situation. Now what that means is probably the best course of action here is actually to try to flip this trailer, this animal trailer. We don't even have a non-horse trailer here in Louisville right now. We have 2 horse trailers that I'm aware of, but horse trailers have been broken for a long time. So we just confirmed that it's not still attached. If you ever flip an animal trailer, or it spawns in flipped like this one, ram the side that is farthest from the axle. So in this case, this side. And just ram it at, like, I don't know, 10 miles an hour. You don't need a lot of speed. In fact, you should be able to do it without even hearing a crunching sound. 5 miles an hour might be a little too slow. See, what you're just trying to do is ram it with just enough force so that your own axle doesn't come up off the ground, but the trailer itself actually starts to tilt. You see how mine came up off the ground, so I was a little too fast there. Maybe I should just try 5 miles an hour. Nope, not quite. Okay, maybe I need to hit it a little harder. I think sometimes if you rub it a little bit, come at it from like a side angle, like that. Sometimes rubbing it lets you actually continue pushing it in the correct direction without, see, it's your own axles leaving the ground. That's what's causing the problem. And you'll get different results with different vehicles on this, because the height of the model actually will impact it. We might be able to do this a lot better with a car than a truck, actually. Oh, here we go. Hang on. Being able to brace it against something is an asset, too, sometimes. Oh, here we go. Yeah. We got this. It's tilting in the right direction. So we're just dancing with it now. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We got an animal trailer out of the way, boys. An actual functional one, too. Tilted cars are 100 times easier to untilt. You know, the dev said something about fixing weird physics interactions when hooking up trailers. I haven't really challenged that, so I don't know about that for sure. I do know that we should have no problem flipping that other truck out of the way, though. If it's a regular vehicle that you're just trying to straighten out, any amount of pulling should probably do the trick, because it is just a it naturally seems to want to gravitate towards being oriented correctly. No, that didn't work. That's just probably the angle. Game really wants you to do a straight as angle as possible now. You could try the train tracks. The train tracks, at least for me, had no spawns at all. So if high pop is just a multiplier, then 0 times 4 is still just 0. The train tracks, if you get through the checkpoint, of course, that's a big ask. The train tracks right here, this line can take you all the way up to here, where there is a bit of a forested area. And at that point, LSU is just right here. The recommended approach that I would suggest is, well, I don't know if there's much of a good answer from there, because Chapel Mount Downs obviously is going to be swarming. And the parking lot here is probably going to be swarming. And the library itself is this P-shaped building up here in the top corner. So if you snuck in through the railroad, which this is what I did initially to get into Louisville, is I just used the railroad to bypass a ton of Zeds before I came back and dealt with them later. The railroad takes you all the way up to the train station, which, like I said, if you disembark in this little forested area here, proportionally much fewer zombies there. Residential here, maybe you could set up here and then consider sneaking your way in down past Chapel Mount Downs on this side. Just a couple commercial here. Residential up through the top, and I have never noticed too many zombies, like, you know, an insurmountable amount on this side. But inside the building itself, if you can somehow bypass what's the crap on 3rd Street somehow, you might be able to sneak into the building itself. It all depends, Chammy Cho, on how what zombie what's the zombie lore of your real life zombie outbreak. I can guarantee you that if it was a zombie outbreak like the one that we see in this game, it would probably play out not too differently than the way the game presents it. Maybe the military might actually be more cavalier than the military is presented as being in this game. In this game, it's presented as them being quite kind of hush-hush about it, like they're not, you know, coming outright and saying, yeah, these people are gone, they're not coming back, we need to put them down. They're not saying that out loud. I have a feeling that if that was the case in real life, they would probably straight up say that, because any attempt to do otherwise would make the situation so much worse. Now, I have a lot of friends from the military. All of them have disagreed with the portrayal of the military in the book of World War Z. So World War Z, the book portrayed the military as being a little too hyper-reliant on technologies that have been developed to, you know, use against humans, right? The Battle of Yonkers being an example where they just, you know, they came at the zombie hordes from New York in Yonkers, Jersey, and they set it up as if it was a fight against insurgents. I feel like the military would never be quite that stupid. You would not be doing like they said in the series, they said, you know, the military had, you know, dugouts with sandbags as if the zombies were going to call in a fucking airstrike on them. And their stated reasoning was that there were cameras and they wanted the battle to be a victory, and they wanted it to look a certain way so that you know, improve the nation's morale. But all that fucking failed because, you know, they were treating it as if it was a you know, breach and clear, like an encounter against people. When what they needed was a firing line with infinite ammo, which is, you know, that's something they eventually did to take back the country, but the country was lost because they fucked up. Half the country was lost, rather. In World War Z, the U.S., they pulled back behind the Rocky Mountains. Basically, the entire eastern half of the country was given up to zombies. It would not be like COVID. COVID was never anywhere near as obviously bad as a zombie apocalypse. COVID was always a question of, oh, what if you spread it to so-and-so? What if you spread it to so-and-so and it gets out of control and the hospitals get overwhelmed? And some of that was a very legitimate concern. You know, hospitals getting overwhelmed, that's absolutely a concern. That became less and less relevant as the alpha strain went away. Can make a few boxes of these light bulbs. I do need to bring some boxes of light bulbs back to Jericho. Jericho uses white bulbs. This place uses the sodium bulbs. Base in Central Park. I mean, we're talking about World War Z, which World War Z has unlimited chain pulling. Nobody would ever make a video game based on World War Z and actually expect it to be balanced and faithful to the lore. They would never do that. World War Z is way too overpowered. These 3 boxes of light bulbs go into Marine Bites. Alright, another evaluation of the map here. I've dealt with most of what I wanted to deal with at LSU. I do not have any strong incentive to clear out the entire place. We've handled what we wanted to handle there. You know, we have an annotated map for the Louisville Hospital here. I actually kind of completely forgot that the annotated map was specifically pointing out this orange building to the north of Louisville General Hospital. That's something I'm going to check tonight. Because these green arrows signify that we have done so much fighting there that we could probably drive around with the siren blaring and we would not attract anything significant. But that being said, we actually have done very little here on William Street. So I am curious. Yeah, I'm curious, this marked building right here. I want to take a look at that. That's something we can do right now. We only have a little bit of daylight left, but that's, yeah, easy. No, so in the movie, always look at World War Z, the movie, as just a completely separate piece of zombie media. I recommend that because the movie is not bad, it's just completely unfaithful to the book. The only thing in the movie that is faithful to the book is that line, that fucking line from the Mossad guy. I'm not even kidding. There's a Mossad agent who says something about Israel and glazing something about it, and that line is the only thing from the book that made it into the movie. Literally everything else, no. The zombie lore of the movie is that the zombies pretty much are all sprinters, but there's a fundamental weakness in their target selection. They ignore humans that are deemed to be an unviable host for the virus. So simply injecting humans with a benign illness, like a deactivated, giving humans a flu shot, for example, the virus would declare them to be an unhealthy host because it would not want to have to compete. So the zombies would literally ignore people with other illnesses, which, yeah, that's kind of silly, but it still makes the zombies extremely dangerous because, you know, I actually think that the movie could have had a pretty good sequel, but I don't think that we'll do that. The book, on the other hand, is a little bit closer to Zomboid, but everybody is a slow shambler. A slow shambler that can handle walking along the ocean floor. Just to give you some perspective on that. I don't think that particular side of the lore is very good. The way they kind of wrote that is that the zombies in that series, instead of blood, they had this thick gel. Like, basically, the virus kind of transformed them almost completely. And they've got, like, this thick black gel instead of blood. And the way the gel works, the physical properties of it, it makes it so that they can do lots of things that humans could never do, like, you know, walk on the bottom of the ocean floor or withstand the explosive shock of, you know, like a high explosive where the pressure wave would usually be enough to kill a human. Zombies would almost not even register that it happened. Okay, now I know why we never touched that building. So, the building that I was looking at here, that has been marked by the unlooted, full of infected. Yeah, it is. It's because it's a residential location. I don't know what to consider here. Is it actually worth it to try to spill this building? It might not be. Also, the green lines around this building are bullshit. Absolutely not. This is not a green zone. But it could have a duffel in there. Yeah, I know. How close is this one to Fosso Field? Not too far away. Before I get any closer to this building that's marked, I'm going to go right past it and just explore these other buildings. I am interested in Fosso Field tentatively, but that means I need to scout the neighborhood, so that's now our goal. I am not particularly interested in going anywhere near that building that we just drove past. No, that is a multi-story apartment building full of infected is probably underselling it. These are more townhouses. They don't look identical to the other ones, but I'm willing to... I'd put money on them being very close, if not identical. Why are all of those zombies moving, I wonder? There wasn't any recent meta events. So if we just go left and right on Broadway right here, we'll explore this little chunk, which, I mean, you know, unsurprisingly, it's looking like it's just going to be a big old strip of townhouses. Louisville is nothing if not a city of townhouses right now. Dawn of the Dead 2009. It quite literally opens with a pair of child zombies, one of the protagonists. She started out as a mom of two, a happily married mom of two, and she, within the first couple of scenes, she became a single woman, no longer a mother of anybody. It is a very, very sad opening, in my opinion. Kind of almost glossed over. That's the protagonist. I don't even remember her name. I haven't watched the movie in a very long time. It wasn't a particularly good movie. I hated the ending, but it was not particularly bad either. Lots of sprinter zombies in that particular universe. That was really all the truck, was it? Okay. Fair enough. See, I've turned corners before. Why are none of these guys moving? That's my question. Is it really that all of these guys just have bad hearing, or is it... I feel like there's something more to it. Maybe the trees are making it harder for them to see or hear me. I don't know. Something about certain groups of zombies, it just seems like sometimes they're a lot more responsive just to anything. If it was one-offs, I'd understand completely, because I know that some zombies have, like, perceptive hearing or like, eagle-eyed. I remember the eagle-eyed zombies. That used to be a meme. But, yeah, I don't know. Entirely residential. Yeah, it is entirely residential, that unexplored sector of the map there. I mean, one more little turn here to confirm. Whatever this blue building is, I guess it's going to be one of the only exceptions in this area. But no, in terms of zombie movie lore, I sure as hell would not want to be in either World War Z the movie or Dawn of the Dead 2009 the movie. I would not want to be in either of those universes. Full of sprinters, and some truly terrifying situations in both of those movies. Yeah, that could actually explain it, kids. Yeah, that most likely is the case. We got a leader coming at us, like this group right here. Maybe the leader would be eagle-eyed, and he starts moving towards me, and then everybody follows him. Hello. This big blue building, I believe, that we were looking at is this one. I would like to see the front of it. American Tire right here. That's a full building, so tires in the back, suspensions, brakes, whatnot on the shelves. Apartments. The blue building, I believe, is apartments. No, that's orange. Blue building is behind us. Bluegrass State High School. Okay. Good to know. Potential glue resource, perhaps. But yeah, no, Dawn of the Dead 2009 did not only have child zombies at the beginning, it also later on had a infant zombie. I think it's one of the very few pieces of zombie media that actually went that far to display that. Not a lot of zombie media has had the cojones to do such a thing, because it's not, well, a lot of people would probably find it disturbing. Reasonably so. I mean, one of the only reasons I remember it is because of those particular things. Sick of the shot fun noise. I could see that. The radius is quite loud. Yeah, that's right. I stopped to steal somebody's groceries. What are you going to do about it? No, I saw greens, and greens means bags with random grocery store loot in it. In this case, bags of heavy form food. A couple of those. We'll make some beans. Oh, look at that friggin' roadblock right there. All right. It's not that I don't mind going through it. It's that I don't want to be forced to get too close to one of these classy residential buildings if I don't have to. So let's go up here, take a left. That should get us back into some cleared territory. Okay, scouting mission, I would say, is relatively successful. We've identified threats. A lot more threats than we have anything else, really. That's Louisville right there. I was kind of hoping that a base location might jump out at me, but nothing is... No, nothing's really jumping out at me right now. No. I know of another base location that could be in that area, but I'm starting to wonder if I might not want to go there. There is a particular gas station near the Grand Ohio Mall that every time I have set up a base there, an update has come along within a few weeks of that setting up that base and broken my save. For both Annie Mae, and Nora the Explorer. Our last forward base was that gas station. Both of them. And I find that to be quite interesting. It's probably just a complete coincidence. If I were to go set up there right now, I'm pretty sure the devs would not shortly later come up with a blog post for the next update. Surely. Surely that would not be what happens. But it would be very funny if it did happen. Still in weight gain, but we haven't reached rapid weight gain yet, so that is a factor of consideration. Now, I'm thinking about YouTube right now. Hey, good morning, kitten. How's it going? I'm thinking about YouTube right now, and I did everything correct today by the algorithm that I'm aware of. I changed the title, I changed the thumbnail, and I started the stream before 8 a.m. And it does look like my ROI is not that bad. We've got about 20 concurrents floating around that, up and down. 187 views. There are other factors that I don't fully understand about the algorithm, though, and that is something that I've been trying to learn about. So you'll have to forgive me. Periodically, I will want to check in to see what the algo is doing. I don't think we're going to immediately use the heavy form food I just brought home. Car repairs are a very expensive thing. I would not wish them upon anybody. At least they can be expensive, depending on the situation. Here you are. Your fountain cup will make a fine addition to my collection. Okay, we'll spend the evening here at base, but as an overnight task, we'll take one of these two bull drivers here. Yes. Either really. We'll take either of these bull drivers, and we'll go and finish what we started with the disassembly of those vehicles that are blocking that intersection. Yes. Sure, mouth breathing over here, am I? The other night, I was just kind of sitting around here chilling, and I started hearing a noise. It was not my main PC's fans, it was my second PC's fans, because something was happening. And the fans started kicking up a little bit, and for a second it sounded like zombie breathing. So I hadn't touched Zomboid for a couple of hours at that point, so I was like, yes, I am officially now hearing Zomboid noises long after not playing the game. That was a mild point of concern. I don't think I'm developing any sort of problems, no PTSD or anything, but definitely there's something to listening so much for a specific sound, and then hearing it where you don't expect to hear it. I do think that is that's a real thing. These empty buckets that we got in the new vehicle there, those can go forward to the next location. Empty. Other torch right there. I think all these other things we picked up are more or less decorative. They're just gonna stay here. Oxygen-powered coal burner here. I don't see a need to have a megaphone anywhere in my base, but what if I have one here as a way to make announcements? I love extended 3D placement. It's so much fun. Can have it as an air raid siren in case the Zeds call in an airstrike on us. Hell yeah. I like it. I mean, all this stuff that I picked up here is literally just stuff that otherwise would go in the garbage. Sometimes when I don't have room for a mirror on the wall, I'll just use extended 3D placement with one of these hand mirrors. Problem with this one is it doesn't overlay very correctly. 270, 090 perhaps? Oh no, we're as far over to the left as we can get here. And it still doesn't show up very well. What about... Yeah, right there. That's like kind of above the sink, isn't it? Ooh. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. We do have we have a mirror in front of our sink there. It's just kind of stapled up there. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. All right, so that's our evening right there. We're now clear to sleep. It's close enough to 2,300 hours. We got cold briefly overnight, and then we stopped. Does that mean we've hit the high water mark on getting cold overnight? Because I would be totally okay with that at this point. Have ourselves a couple of electricals we can disassemble here. Or just one? Yeah. The other stuff I picked up. The firefighter axes can go into our weapons carrier. That would be SWAT. And the rope. There are, in fact, some bundles of logs that we have that for. Speaking of bundles of logs, a lot of them are on the floor right here underneath this van. Let's fix that, shall we? I'm just going to put the logs somewhere where I'm not likely to need to park so that I can see it very clearly. And drive up next to it and pick it all up at once when the time comes to use it. It also looks better this way than just leaving it on the ground randomly. If you put them together close enough, they actually look like full-size logs instead of these little tiny log segments. Two more over here? 4 more, wow, okay. 5 more, damn. We have a lot of logs in this area. There used to be trees all over the place here. But for ease of clearance of the corporate sector over there, we eliminated all trees. And that will also help us with constructing new bases in the future. So that's why I want to leave the logs bundled up and somewhere where I can easily pack them into a trunk and or trailer when the time comes to do so. Actually, this is the last bundle that I needed to create. This one right here. So the rope we just got for this is the last rope we need to worry about cleaning up logs with. Now, meanwhile, we've got a lot of these over here. Not kidding when I say a lot. Oh, that's going to bother me. Hate it when they're not even. I'm going to go through the effort of placing them in the right spot. They will be in the right spot and nowhere else. There we go. 6 degrees Fahrenheit outside right now. That is the power of being dressed appropriately. So what we do with these now is when we scout out a new base location, assuming that it needs logs, which maybe it will, maybe it won't, all we got to do is drive over this stack of logs with a step van that is towing a trailer. And most of these logs will go into the step van, and the remainder will go into the trailer. Aesthetic and functional. Oh, one more. Ah, man, you gotta throw an odd number at me, huh? Alright, whatever. Okay, now we got all of them. And some of these we could end up using at the charcoal burner here. That all depends on whether we need more charcoal. We've actually already got some charcoal in marine bites over there. So that didn't use up all of our night. We still have a little bit of time before we are compelled to catch our second sleep. One of these two fire and rescue bull drivers needed a trunk repair. Not this one, but this one? Yes. This one right here didn't have very much gas in it, so that is going to be the one we take down to the other vehicles that we were looking at earlier that still had gas in them. The torches we need in order to disassemble those vehicles should already be on the floor out there. Out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to take a couple of extra torches, because that costs me nothing. Also, that van looked dangerously low on gas, so a 2-liter. Just a 2-liter to be sure. Alright, destination is now the Romero Performing Arts Center, which is just down here. The irony is that these bull drivers, both of them, have a significantly stronger light bar in terms of integrity than the heavy combat truck that we're using the light bar all the time on. That's just the way it works right now. The light bars are very, very difficult to repair, so if you find a wrecked vehicle like the one that we're currently using, and you want to fix it up, you've got to find a lot of light bars to actually fix it all the way up. Even at, what is it, mechanics level 10 and electrical level 10, we're still only getting like 20% integrity per light bar. And we can't make light bars. You can only find them in fire departments and very rarely in a police department. I believe it was further this way, was it? Right, this is the bowling joint, and then this is where we were fighting earlier. Wait a minute, this is, we've gone too far. This is LSU. Yeah, we've gone way too far. That's not okay, because what I want to see now is this actually... Yes, this is LBMW. So, LBMW has two different buildings here. I'm not going insane. I had to confirm that because the other one is LBMW, this one is LBMW. One of them is the TV station. This is the TV station, the other one is the radio station. You would think that if they're going to be the same brand, they might operate in the same vehicle, but not, or the same building, but nah, that ain't how they work here. While we're here, though, we can always take this KY Ranger truck, which is one that I wanted to take. Assuming that I can. I will. I've got to be able to turn it around so that I can get the trunk of my current vehicle facing the hood of the other one. And it cannot be perpendicular. New restrictions on towing, some of which I'm not sure were intentional. Basically, we're doing this because the only way to... Well, you know what? I think because we have to do hood to trunk or trunk to hood. So I think hood to trunk is actually going to be much better. Yeah, let's just do it that way. We're not going to have any chance of towing it forward at a reasonable speed. Okay, so this is the one that we're going to tow. Is it? I'll revisit that sentence in just a moment here, because we're trying to clear a roadway intersection. And we accidentally came too far in this direction, so to prevent it being a case of wasted time. Yes, I know, I'm easily distracted. Very easily distracted. Probably should do my due diligence and actually make sure that this is a vehicle worth taking. Most likely is, but... Oh yeah, look at that, that's pretty. Engine quality is only 68. But it's a light bar vehicle. That's always a good thing. I like it. I do like the Ranger hat. And we actually have a Ranger jacket that we found on a Zed in need of repairs, but we're actually able to repair those. So that's a cool thing. Let's put all this trash into the tote bag, and then that way we'll have the... We can use the trunk of KY Ranger here to carry metal. That's what I was thinking about here. And of course that ate up our overnight hour quite thoroughly. I might just sleep somewhere nearby here. Yeah. I've got a couple of wheels in motion right now, so going all the way back to base just to maintain my sleep schedule, that will kind of feel like a waste of time. Or rather, yeah, that will kind of feel like a waste. I'm just going to try to sleep in one of these houses. We should have cleared this area quite a ways back. Intact doors and windows down here. Let's just do a quick room by room. Looking good. Sometimes it makes me nervous to see when all the doors are open in a second floor like this with all these tight corners. So if all the doors are open and there's a Zed inside, somebody hears my footsteps, then suddenly they're coming at me from a tight corner. It's alright. So what we're doing right now is we're sleeping behind an intact door, which is sufficient for apocalypse difficulty. Because zombies here cannot open doors, they can only break them. And I chose this bed because this bed is not directly within line of sight of a window. If there was a zombie at ground level outside, they would be able to see me if I was on the wrong side of the bed here. Don't ask me why the pillow did not count as being on the bed if it was on this side, but it is on that side, so yeah, make of that what you will. So our actual, excuse me, actual destination was further in this direction. There you are. Romero Performing Arts Center. Is that close enough? Almost. There we go. More than anything, I'm cleaning this stuff up because if I don't, having a bunch of metal on the floor is actually, it lowers your frame rate when you drive through the area. I'm not even joking. We've had that problem a couple of times now. Now, as fate would have it, we have exactly 1.5 encumbrance worth here. So I can make a garbage bag and put this stuff on the passenger seat. The lock on the driver's seat is broken. Okay. And this seat is occupied? What? Okay, hell is going on here? I'm gonna have to break one of the windows, most like. Yeah, front left. Let's break that. Now, because the lock is broken, I can take the door off completely. Ah, the passenger seat was quote-unquote occupied because there was a cage trap on it. Cage traps are 5 encumbrance, so that was too big to set on. Good to know. I wouldn't have done this if it wasn't for the fact that they both have almost full tanks. So that is a little bit too much gas to pass up. Get it? Gas? Pass? It's terrible. I feel bad. I think this one had 38 liters in it. That's why we brought 4 gas cans. We'll add 3 to this one, and then the last one to the other one. year-and-a-half-old gasoline. Surely that's safe for a vehicle. What could possibly go wrong? It's not like it's complete sludge that will immediately gum the engine up and it'll never run again. Nah, that ain't how this works. Right? Right, devs? Right? We don't need gasoline spoilage. Gasoline spoilage is coming. There's nothing of significance in the trunk. Now, that being said, every time you get a wrecked vehicle like this, you sometimes have parts in it that bafflingly are in 100% condition, like in this case, the muffler. And there is one performance tire on it at 84%. I don't really care about that. At this point, if a vehicle part is not at 100%, then I don't really care about it that much. Oh, I can't get into it. So now this is really funny. There's no way to get into this vehicle, and yet there is stuff on the seat. So I can't take the seat out, but I also can't empty what's in the seat. We'll never know what's on the seat. I don't even know if you could see in debug mode what's on the seat. The vehicle is a wrecked vehicle, and therefore there's nothing we can do. So yeah, I don't really care. I was just curious. With the gas gone, this is all the vehicle is good for now. Delete. Same with this one too. Now that we yanked that muffler out of it. Roadblocks cleared. Can't forget the muffler, that's what we picked it up for. Yeah, that's Chamicho, you're 100% correct. I would be more than happy to accept gasoline spoilage in this game if there were other ways of actually getting around the map, and it wasn't just that gasoline spoilage just signaled the death knell of all vehicle use. And yet, I have this very sinking, poor feeling that I feel like the devs don't really care from a unstable perspective, right? They're gonna probably add gasoline spoilage long before they add alternative means of transportation, because it's unstable, it's unfinished, just go play the stable version. And they're not going to understand. Well, maybe they understand, maybe they just don't care. They're not going to understand why that is going to turn so many testers away from actually playing the standard settings and giving feedback on the standard settings. Everybody's just going to either turn it off as a sandbox setting or disable it through a mod or something. And then they're just going to Pikachu face as to why so many people are breaking the game with mods, as opposed to playing it the way it's intended to be played. Alright, so that is all piles of metal off of the floor, and the road is pristine and drivable. Mission success on this side over here. We were supposed to have a trailer over here somewhere. What did I do with it? I think I left it at, oh, no, I brought it back to base already. We're good. Yeah. I remember finding a trailer there, but I don't remember what I did with it. Now I do. Yeah, I can make this work. Yeah, I can. I can make this work. Yeah, that's right. You're going into the lineup in the correct location. Even in the correct parking orientation. Maybe not the perfectest alignment, but you know what? It's close enough that it won't bother me. You guys will have to forgive me. This is, for some reason, for reasons I can't really explain very well, this is really fun for me. But I'm not going to do this for too much longer. We are, now that we've gotten this put in place, and we're just going to empty out of our inventory, and then we're back to progression in the general direction of the fossil oil field. So that will be down West Main, which is just right up here to the north. Yes. They definitely understand that from a long-term perspective, but I mean from a... I can't think of a better example than the drying racks. Drying racks, it makes perfect sense, and the way they implemented them makes perfect sense. But what doesn't make perfect sense is that they implemented something that is dependent on temperature in a video game that gives us only one method of controlling the temperature. And that's going indoors and setting a fucking fire. And keeping the fire lit all the time. That's stupid. That's really stupid. Why can I not put a drying rack in the trunk of this Marine Bites vehicle that's got a perfectly good engine that I can turn the engine on and let engine heat heat the interior so that I can dry leather and not have to keep a fire lit constantly? There's so many silly little things that, you know, it's an oversight is what it is. It's an oversight. They should not have added a temperature-dependent mechanism to the game before they added mechanisms to control the temperature. It sounds like such a simple little, you know, cart before the horse situation. And yet, that's far from the only mistake they're making. But I digest. It's hardly the worst mistake in the world. Just don't try to dry leather in winter. I'll actually just straight up hold on to this box of 357 because we're going in the combat direction. We're going to need some 357 to shoot. Sacks, I've been going somewhere. Where have sacks been going these days? Expedition, I think. Yes, Expedition gets empty sacks. Here we go. Okay, last salad that we've prepped here. And after that, we are going back to cooking stuff for ourselves so that we can put on some weight the proper way instead of these half measures with the salads here. Veggie oil, olive oil. Oh, we're out of olive oil. That's okay. Veggie oil, olive oil, and mustard is a way to get some calories into the salad that we've built, but it's not. That's not going to help us get into rapid weight gain. So that's okay, but just a thing to keep aware of. Right, we do need to charge the battery for the green truck that we just picked up. Battery's perfect condition, just need to charge. Alright, so the direction that I wanted to progress in is West Main, in this direction. We got Bateman directly here to the south. And that massive apartment complex with the, what is that, upper echelon apartments here. High Street apartments, that's what it was. But beyond this point is Fossil Oil Fields. And that is a place that I'm very interested in looking at. I don't think we're going to need a new base for Fossil Oil Fields. It is close enough. Yeah, now that I've actually driven down this way, I think we're going to be fine. Let's spend the evening cleaning up this parking lot and making it a bombing site. Because Fossil Oil Field is literally at the bottom of the screen right now. Bottom rightish. That is going to be a source of lots of Zed. Metric lots. So let's kill these folks with hand weapons. And eliminate any other threats that are foot mobile. Medical coat. Can be repaired. Literally full of holes and everything. Find that interesting. Some coats that are that big are impossible to repair. That's what I'm looking for. That jaw stab. Random one shot, okay. What would have brought somebody to break that door down, but not the others? Interesting. That's somewhat new to me. See how quickly they broke that door? It's because there's two Zeds. If there was only one Zed, they never would have broken it. But two Zeds, and suddenly the doors are... Every door in the game is paper mache. Oh, I know. I know now. I know why those doors got broken. We did drive around this building right here with the sirens blaring. Okay. I remember now. We didn't do it too many times, but just a couple times, and that's all it takes. We're switching off of knife for the moment. Are we? Maybe not. I mean, it's only two coming at us. Oh, that's really funny. The Lockman, but the lock is broken. Oh, that's really funny. 10 out of 10 game of the year. Oh, that's really funny. This building has spawned in. As you can see, we've got a Z in the window here. So, doesn't appear to be substantially loaded. Doesn't even appear to be insubstantially loaded. There's, like, nobody in it. Louisville buildings can sometimes really be hit or miss. At this size, I expected it to have a few in it. But it looks like this one was a miss. Second floor window. Because that was right in front of us, but we couldn't see anything here. Now, second floor window breaking, and a zombie sounding like it's coming at me, but not actually coming at me. That tells me that there's probably somebody up there stuck. And we just saw somebody inside the building who is... Yeah, this guy right here, he just displaced. But he's not actually coming at us. So, somebody on the second floor trying to get to us can't. If we break line of sight with them long enough, they might actually remember how to jump out of the window or go down the stairs normally. I'm not really worried about one-offs. I'm really not. I just want to eyeball these buildings here as part of the process of ensuring that we have a clear 6 as we approach the fossil field here. This is technically a sports car, so the intact windshield is an asset that I would like to be in the possession of for my race cars and whatnot. So this one is probably a very obvious spot right here for our first bombing activity. So that means these 3 cars right here would be good to get out of the way at the very minimum. Probably the step van too. It would not hurt to delete these trees. In fact, it would probably help. I do not know exactly what kind of zombie saturation we're going to see here. I've never done fossil fields before. I want to imagine that it's got enough real estate on the inside of the seating area around the center, around the diamond. I want to say that there's enough real estate on the diamond itself that we would want to actually get in there with the truck if we can, and drive around inside and make some noise there. Try to lure them outside. So I feel like the field itself, the baseball field itself, will probably be overgrown with trees and stuff. This one's probably a preserved car. No. Good condition, but not preserved. And this is where towing forward truly plateaus. Certain combos just don't work. I'll never make it to second gear for longer than a second with this combo. Oh, I lied. I'm bottoming out. Yeah, I did not lie. Lasted longer than I thought. For anybody joining, welcome. We're preparing entry to the closest thing Louisville will ever have to Diamond City. But it is but a humble baseball field. I do not think we'll find anything other than a overgrown baseball field inside there. But it is a very large POI that I've never done before, so we are preparing the parking lot as a site to bomb the residents of the interior here. And preparing the parking lot really, in this case, just involves getting vehicles out of the way. And probably some of these trees. Now that we have a wood axe, we can very quickly remove these smaller trees. In fact, ones like this one right here, I can one-shot with that, the axe. Would be remiss not to check the trunk. Always check the trunks of your local heavy-duty vehicles. Really? She tell you you're playing too much Project Zomboid? That's something my friends would do. Probably not my grandmother if she was still around. Well, she would definitely tell me I'm spending too much time in front of the computer. Yes, she would definitely say that. This hunting knife that we've been using against Zeds is pretty much done. We have a replacement. Whenever I think about who I can credit for raising me, I put my grandma on my mom's side about 1/5. So 1/5 my mom, 1/5 my dad, 1/5 my brother. And then my grandma, I spent a lot of time with her when I was growing up. So she's about 1/5 of me. Grandparents on my dad's side were a couple states away. So we only got to see them on certain specific occasions. this is a point that I'll never stop belaboring with my parents, is that if they wanted to have grandchildren, they could have perhaps considered actually picking a place to live and then staying there, so that they could actually function as grandparents, as their own parents did for them, and helped raise their children, perhaps, maybe. But my boomer parents have been moving every couple of years. Oh, well, we have this beautiful house down in Florida. Oh, no, we're going to sell it now. Oh, we've got this beautiful retirement community down in Florida. Oh, well, let's switch to another one. Can't really replicate their success if they keep doing that. To say nothing of my own issues and, skill issue. But at the same time, a man is not an island. Multi-generational homes are a thing that America has forgotten how to do. For better, or in some cases, definitely not for better. Because, like, I've got some friends, like one of my buddies is from the Philippines, and he's got a multi-generational household. And I feel like that has done nothing but good things for them from a, stability perspective. Everybody helps out around the house and whatnot. Easier to take care of folks as they get older and whatnot. I'm sure there's some issues of it, but I mean, the whatchamacallit, the pros probably outweigh the cons. The Glades puppies. These cars that I'm moving now are probably not necessary, strictly speaking, but we've gotten started on clearing this place out. And now I feel like I gotta finish the fight. Right, that's a bit of a bigger issue than any individual, I make fun of my parents for this, for participating in the system, but I don't personally hold them for blame for it. My parents have a retirement fund. Almost a very huge chunk of their retirement fund has come from buying houses that were cheap and then selling them at a huge markup. The markup is not entirely arbitrary. They fixed them up. My dad, he taught me the carpentry skills that I used to build this frame right here. But he used his skills in carpentry to add additions to the house and increase the house value. So you could at least say that my parents did the boomer, buy a house cheap and sell it more expensive, but not for completely arbitrary land value reasons, right? You could at least say that they put the effort into making it a house that is, there's more in it than there was when they bought it. They sold it better than they bought it. That, at least, I'll stand behind my parents on that one. But in a broad sense, like a generational sense, they did the exact same thing that every other boomer did, which is buy a house extremely cheap, sell it extremely high markup, and then Pikachu face when their kids have trouble buying their first house. It's kind of fucking wild. Now that, okay, I should take that back. My parents particularly never blamed me for having trouble for finding a house, because they understand the housing market and they've seen where it went. They know what's going on there. Doesn't even come by your head. Yeah, that's. I mean, there's a whole other factor to that that's much more relevant now than it used to be, and that is the absolute frickin' scam that is current housing construction. At least here in the United States, where our builders are making houses out of timber, out of wood. So we're talking about a McMansion that will not last longer than 30 or 40 years tops before it starts having serious structural problems. And these people are selling them as if they're mansions built out of stone and brick that are going to last multiple generations. They're not. They're built extremely cheaply, so that your shareholders can make a huge amount of profit. Real estate-backed securities is what's destroyed New York and is rapidly working on the rest of the country. I have not given up on owning a house myself. In fact, that's one of the reasons I'm playing this game. If anybody watching is not familiar, I chose Zomboid partially because I like it, but partially because 0.000% temptation to spend money. and I'm trying to spend money, or I'm trying to save money for a down payment on a house. I've gotten pretty far in that. Pretty far. At this point, I could put a very healthy down payment, but then I would not have any money left afterwards, and I don't want to do that. So I'm still saving up, but it's less for the down payment and more just to not take myself broke. Mid-30s with 0.0 debt, and, whatchamacallit, plenty of liquid assets. Non-liquid assets, too, but, I never liquidate, so that's not really a thing for me. I do still have some Bitcoin from the olden days, just nowhere near as much as I could have. I would have more than enough for a down payment on a house in Bitcoin right now if I had not chosen to buy a couple of 60-day World of Warcraft subscriptions for 0.2 Bitcoin back in 2013. Yep, I will never not make fun of myself for that. I literally would not be here right now doing this if that was the case. I would probably already be just, spending the entire day, for days on end, just improving whatever shoddy fixer-upper house or I ended up buying. Are those US dollars? 35 to 45K. That can't be US dollars. No way. No way. I know some things are more expensive over there, but no, there's no way. That's got to be because you asked, Silex, I will take a look here. I actually have the receipt. I did take a screenshot of the receipt before I closed my Fedbase account down. I call it Fedbase. It was Coinbase, but no, it is Fedbase. Do not trust Coinbase. Do not set up an account there. Don't ever do anything with them. Don't give them money. Don't give them anything. Which one was it? Did I put it in my cringe folder? I might have put it in the cringe folder. I should have put it in the cringe folder. No. No, that's not it. Damn. I hate it when I have something that I know I was going to show on stream at some point and then I completely forgot about, and now I don't have it. No, none of that. This one, yes, of course. Yes. I was going to set this to be my desktop background at some point, but too many clashing colors. I love this guy. Rossman is the GOAT. I don't even remember which one of his videos that was from. It was one of the more recent ones. I didn't put it in clutter, did I? There's clutter. No, I don't think it's in here either. Well, needless to say, I spent 0.21. That was the number, 0.21 Bitcoin. And I do have a very easy way to track the current exchange rate. I use Kraken as my preferred crypto exchange because it's the only one that actually supports $64,066. Let's just go with that because it's fluctuating right now. So 64,066.5 times 0.21. I would have $13,454 US dollars in cash value Bitcoin. Now, that being said, I'm one of those guys who every time I have an asset, I don't sell it. I hold on to it. I have never... okay, I can't finish that sentence. I have bought and traded a little bit of stock, but almost in bulk quantities. I have never sold an asset. I have either used it as a currency. In the case of Bitcoin, that was a transactional thing. I did not sell it for USD. I bought something with its USD equivalent at the time, at the USD valuation at the time. So, yeah, it was the WoW receipt. That's what we're talking about. Yep. Now, okay, I take back what I said before about having enough for a down payment on a house. 13 grand is actually not enough for a down payment on a house in the United States, not in the current economy. If you only put that much down, your monthly payments are going to be more than you can probably afford, more than an average person can afford, right? Right now, for this silly little one-bedroom apartment, I'm spending more than my parents ever did for their mortgage. So the words spinning your wheels in the mud have never been more appropriate. What I'm trying to do is get to a point where I can buy a reasonably priced house, 250 to 300, and put like 15 to 20% down. Now, I would not be spending all of that down on, like, you know, just immediately. That would not all come out of my pocket. I do have other forms of down payment assistance. That's not just liquid cash, right? So I'm not just going to drop an immediate 30 grand into my own bank account just to buy a house. No. It's Virginia actually has, the state that I live in has a down payment assistance program for first-time home buyers. They'll like match what I put in up to a certain amount. It's not that significant, but it's, you know, I'll take literally anything at that point. Yeah, the birth lotteries. Yeah, I know that's and that's the thing, right? Because the frickin' birth lottery, man. My parents have always been middle class, like right down the middle line. But as they started leaving Virginia started leaving their middle line, if that makes sense, right? I am now way below the average income for my area. My area being, sorry, and I always bring this up every time it comes up. The area that I live in is not, it is list of highest income counties in the United States. Would you look at that right there? Number one, the single highest income county. I'm not the kind of man who says what he makes on stream or anything like that. This is a lot more than I make right now. My gross take home is nowhere near this, but this is the median. I will zoom in so that the friggin' Loudoun County and Falls Church have been like at each other's throats here, ahead of California. I'm actually surprised that Fairfax has fallen behind. I guess Fairfax and Arlington, I expected to be a little higher. I guess they've just got large enough lower income housing environments. We actually don't have that many here in Loudoun County. That's probably one of the only reasons. Because Fairfax and Arlington, you best believe they still have just as many vastly overpriced areas that with vastly overpaid people in them. Now, what would ever happen to make this no longer the case? If something happened to the United States defense sector, if for some reason, somehow, some way, the military-industrial complex took a hit, all four of these counties right here, the numbers would just, because that's where it's all coming from. It's defense contractors that live around here, and everything that, you know, in their orbits, their adjacent territory. No, no, he says it right there. I'm not that afraid of gunshots now when I hear them in the distance. I genuinely don't care. If that means that my housing value goes down a little bit for the area that I live in, okay. Can you empty the rest of the magazine, please? No, KTO. It is not the whitest state in the United States. It may have been at one point. It was the capital. Historically speaking, it was the capital of the Confederacy at one point. But in modern era, no sirree, you bet your sweet ass it's not. And I don't want to come across as prejudiced, right? Because I grew up, again, around a lot of the people I'm about to talk about. Virginia has been kind of the place where migration traditionally would kind of, you know, Virginia was one of the places that they would go to initially, right? So back in the 90s even, like when this game is set, we had a lot of migrants that would come to Virginia. And it was a big hot button political issue at the time because, you know, I got to watch the demographics of my own neighborhood change around me. And I don't want to make that sound like it's the worst thing in the world because, you know, some of my best friends growing up in high school were actually just I don't think I had any first generation immigrants that were my best friends. On good terms with plenty, but no, a lot of my best friends were second generation immigrants. Salvador, one from Mexico, two from Cuba. I actually don't remember where Serge was from. Yeah, so lots and lots and lots of immigration here specifically that changed the demographic within my own lifetime. We are definitely nowhere close to being the whitest county in the United States anymore. That's exclusively reserved for the Midwest nowadays. Hey, Richard, how's it going? We're having forbidden discussions about localities in the United States here. I was lamenting about the fact that the county I live in has been and continues to be the highest medium income county in the United States for a long time now, and I don't come anywhere close to this. Not even close. It's ridiculous. It does not. It's not getting any better now that the defense sector people around here, the overpaid defense sector people, are getting nuke boosted alongside the overpaid data center people. Not that there's that many of them. If anybody ever tells you that a data center being built in your area is going to bring a lot of jobs, almost all of them are temporary. Data center employees, once the place is built, you can run a data center with like 2 or 3 dozen people. It's kind of ridiculous. I don't know why I brought this one down here. This one is completely full. Yeah, this one's completely full. We're not moving this one yet. Nope. I got distracted. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Ghettoization is bad in every form, and so is gentrification. They're both equally bad in my opinion. Artificially jacking up the price to get everybody that you don't want out of there is just as bad as too many people coming into one area to the point where the entire area changes into something else. Yeah, those are both. Gets lost in the conversation these days, lost in the sauce, as it were. I thought the temperatures were going up, but no, it's getting worse. Yeah, we're at wind chill now. Stage 2 wind chill. Let's put on something slightly warmer here. I'll just put the hat and the vest on. This is the nuclear option. Now I just got to make sure I don't get hot. So as long as the weather doesn't go nuts tomorrow, we're clear to start working on fossil oil field. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and lock in for that. So that means I'm going to take a quick break IRL, just step away for about 90 seconds. And then we'll probably cook. Yeah, we'll cook. And then we will be set. So if we're going to cook, let me take this kale out of the freezer here so that it can start thawing. And we'll do some rabbit meat too. Okay. All right, folks, I will be right back. And then we'll pull the trigger on that stuff. Just a moment. Alrighty, I am back. Appreciate everybody sticking around. So, got myself some more water, so we do not have to worry about going dry if we lock in here. Let's get the kale and the rabbit meat that we took out of the freezer. Let's get that cooked up. Yeah, I guess I'll cook it up. That's fine. And then tomorrow morning, after we catch our second sleep, we'll put together the rest of the food. Oh, I hate it when this happens. I pulled one of the rabbit meat out and it was cooked, and then the other one was uncooked and now it's cooked. Silly, silly. I guess that's that must be the game's equivalent of pulling some meat out of the oven and testing it with the thermometer and being like, oh, it didn't hit the internal temperature. Guess we gotta cook it some more. Or it's just a floating point math error. Alright, so we are trying to put on weight, and we're still just barely over the threshold here. So what we're going to do is make a couple of stir fries. Potato, egg, rabbit meat, and kale. And we will butter and oil them up. Honestly, this sounds like a pretty good stir fry. Not that I've ever had rabbit meat in real life, but 4 different ingredients, and all of them check my boxes. A little bit of meat, a little bit of greens, a little bit of egg, a little bit of potato. Butter, butter, and butter. Veggie oil, oil, and oil. Some of this veggie oil is from our own garden. Some of it is just locally sourced here. We even have margarine. I will go ahead and use that. We don't often cook stir fries these days, so that works. Ah, lard. I almost forgot that we found that. These stir fries might be very fattening. I'm totally okay with that. And now, of course, herbs from my garden. Rosemary and sage. I feel like somebody in chat mentioned that they've had it before and it was salty. Rabbit meat being salty. No idea if that's true, but that would be interesting. We used up less kale than I thought. I'm going to straight up eat one of those leaves of kale. Kale is okay in the calorie department. I wouldn't call it anything impressive, but it's not completely empty. So each of these stir fries look to be about 50 with super chunk, so that's great. Let's top up our water, and we are fit to deploy. All of our weapons are looking good. I'm going to go ahead and assume that that we're going to do a bombing today and that the M16 will be necessary for cleanup. So M16 on our back with 4 spare mags. Let us assume also that the shotgun will be deployed, possibly. I won't say that it will be guaranteed, but let's make sure that we're ready for the possibility. We're going to open this carton of shotgun, and then we're going to open 6 of the 12 boxes. And then put the loose shells and boxes into the fire truck. We should just barely have room for that. Yep, okay, beautiful. And remote controller, remote pipe bomb. I was going to the... That sounded like it was to my left-ish. I'm not going nuts. I don't think there's any targets that could approach from the right now. Okay. We were supposed to charge this battery overnight, but we did not. And that's fine. We've got plenty of batteries on standby. Everything extraneous has been removed from the trunk now. Alright. Snow should not be a problem at all for pipe bombing activities. Yep, if it is only one shot, that is true. That is also unfortunate. But it's not like there's anything we can do about it. Because whoever it was that did that, they haven't shown themselves. We don't know they're there. It's just straight down this road, isn't it? Hang on. It is, yeah, it's just straight down this road. I was here last night, but it was not covered in snow, so it looks a little different now. I don't know if I'll need to go this way, but removing bushes can't hurt. Did I drop the axe? I probably dropped the axe somewhere. Because I'm an idiot and I drop things a lot. It's not like it's extremely important. It was a wood axe that I found in one of the vans nearby. So locally sourced, locally present. Alright, well. We've got plenty of other axes where that came from. Truest irony of that is it will be easier to see it if it's on the ground after the snow falls, because items don't currently get covered in snow. Items just exist on top of the snow perpetually. I have not tried Humanit Z. I have looked at it. One thing I'll say about it just right off the bat, if I'm make sure I'm not thinking of the wrong one, that's the one that's in Unreal 5, isn't it? If it is the one that I'm thinking of that's in Unreal 5, it will never be anything close to Zomboid in the slightest. Regrettably, because Unreal, not 5, but all the Unreal engines, Unreal is one of the worst engines ever to try to mod. So nobody is ever going to have good mods for games built in Unreal. I'm surprised people don't understand this yet. Arc has been around long enough that people should have understood that Unreal games can sometimes have some mods, but there is a hard cutoff to how moddable they'll ever be. You'll never have mods as complex as the one that you can have for Zomboid. So we're going to go ahead and set the pipe bomb right here on this tile. That is the most open of them in this area. And it is linked. Let me verify this real quick. Yes, it is linked. I just had to double check that. Alright, pipe bomb is set. But now, like I said, I've never been here, so I have no idea where the biggest bulk of the zombies are. I could foresee a future where there's actually not that many in the front lobby, and maybe the bulk of them are in the stands or out in the field or something. Let's see if we can get in there with the vehicle. Oh, did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see how they just appeared? Okay. Yeah. We found them, boys. Just checking around to see if there's any other ways through. But yeah, if I'm ever looking at a new game these days, the first thing I ever look at is the engine. Because the engine is going to tell you, you know, if it's not done yet, if it's still in development, or that's basically the engine is going to tell you its potential, how far it's going to go. Unreal Engine games, once they're released, they very, very, very rarely ever get better. It all depends on how well the devs cook it. Let me put it this way, if an Unreal Engine game is released and it's not moddable, it will never be moddable. Because you've got to make Unreal Engine games moddable from the ground up, and you've got to put a lot of effort into it. It's not like a Unity game where there's, you know, a C# library can just get patched up with Harmony. And the devs don't even have to put that much work into it. I guess, okay, so with Unity games, the biggest thing you've got to do as a developer is not use IL2CBP, which is intermediate language to C++. As long as you don't use IL2CBP, which is unfortunately a very popular thing to do, because it ever so slightly improves performance, the performance gain is completely negligible compared to the interest loss that your product is going to suffer by being completely fucking unmoddable by the vast majority of people. That being said, Sons of the Forest is an IL2CBP game, but there is still a pretty good modding community for it. Yeah, I agree. We really should have mirror visibility. Simulate blind spots. I mean, I'm totally okay with that. Right now, the current goal is to just get everybody out from the inside, and it looks like we're doing pretty good on that. But we're going to have to like loop back and get closer to the entrance constantly to keep the attention of the people who are currently inside. For anybody joining, welcome. If you were not here just a little bit ago, we've got the bomb planted for these guys right over here on the top right corner of the screen, marked with the green tile highlight. It's a little hard to see because of the snow. Hang on, let me verify that. Yeah, okay. This parking lot is so big. I was questioning that for a second. I don't know if anybody has noticed this yet, but there is a very subtle haze, like a layer of haze around the zombies. That actually could be a sign of an incoming blizzard. You know what? We should check the radio next turn of the hour. We'll check the radio. That might be our last chance to check it before we start getting fizzle. The Pied Pipe Bomber. Alright, we cut cruise control, take back manual, and we are gonna loop back and retain interest here. Continue pulling them out. I'm trying specifically not to harm the zombies while driving because, remember, if you damage zombies, they damage you now with vehicles. Vehicles versus zombies is mutually assured destruction now. So maintain your distance or maintain your emotional detachment from whatever vehicle you're using. In my case, this is a very useful vehicle because it has a 100 quality engine. So I will only damage it to wherever, you know, whatever necessary damage it must take, it will take. Anything beyond that, negative. If we can avoid damage, we will. See how we keep getting close, and there's just more and more of them coming out of here. That means we're not done yet. I do hope that this little area here that they're exiting out of, I hope it's close enough that the main field, the diamond, is emptying out. That would be good. I would hope that that is the case. Oh yeah, I'm carrying the sledgehammer. I don't need it anymore. I'm putting it away. We do not need the sledgehammer. The way in and out is quite clear. Let's have a bite to eat while we're doing this. Would you look at that? All the haze just disappeared. That is not a blizzard. It's absolutely not a blizzard. Not even close. Honestly, this little garage area is just perfect. Perfect place to loop back and retain their attention so they continue to spill out of the building. I am now very glad that I deleted the trees. This place is absolutely needing it. A little bit of extra driving room. Oh yeah. Oh, that is definitely a thing. If you crash, and the game actually considers it a crash, on when you reload, the game will delete the zombies around you. That is sort of a protection, or it's like a protection thing to ensure that if the game crashes partially or something like that, then it won't leave you surrounded by zombies who are about to nom you, which I do believe is a fair thing. I'm actually glad they do that. They do that. I'm always on the lookout for something better for the thumbnail. I've not had some good material for a little while. Alright, so for anybody joining, we got the bomb planted right here on the highlighted street light right there. This is the fossil field, and the fossil field has a lot of walls around it that are not traversable, so we're using one of the gates over here. I think it's a ticketing gate, because there's a turnstile in there. And it looks like it might be close to emptied. There's a few left in here. And they're all slow, it looks like, for the most part. Beautiful. So that means we're now trying to tighten the group. We're no longer worried about pulling them out of this side of the building. It looks like the majority of those who can hear us from here have joined the party. This is a lovely cohort for a bombing. We're a little ways out from critical mass. But we're not far. I mean, look at this. We've already got a almost drivable spot here. It's tight, but it's a way through. If anybody watching is new, I refer to it as critical mass when I can circle the entire group without any major obstructions. So we're close, but we're not quite there. Circling the group is important in order to get them to collapse onto the spot where the pipe bomb is placed. We have recently confirmed that 7 tiles away from the epicenter is the radius. So here's the epicenter right here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 all the way up to that tile. And then just draw a circle with that as the radius. It's rather huge. It's wider than I thought it was. That does not mean that I won't try to condense them into as tight of a group as possible. It does mean that we don't have to be as tight as I thought we had to be. We do have a few shadow zombies. Just 1 or 2 at the bottom there. Yeah, maybe 5 or 6. They are shadow zombies, if you're not familiar. That means that there are at least 500 on screen, and so the game is starting to not draw every single one of them to full detail to, keep the game from crashing or overloading or whatever. If you're going to go right past the group, I recommend setting cruise to 15. That should keep you ahead of most of them if you get a little bit of room. Problem with that is that also causes a little bit of stragglers to detach from the center. So low speed is the best way to tighten them up. High speed is the best way to kind of bypass them on your loops. We have critical mass. Now, you may notice some of them are starting to, like, go a distance and then turn around, seemingly at a delayed reaction. And that's where the group is kind of, I don't want to say it's getting too tight, but that's where stragglers start to deviate rather significantly. Alright, we're getting really close here. I think this is it. Alright, UI is getting smaller. Finger is on the trigger. Okay, we got quite a few of them there. Yep, we got quite a few of them. We can wipe out the rest with the M16. Now, by turning the light bar off and then just kind of orbiting a little bit, we're actually dispersing them, sending them off into oblivion here. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Whoa. Not the moment you want to have a lag spike, because when there's one right in front of you, you're trying to shank. Short blade is one of the only weapons that's on my belt right now that I don't have maxed all the way to level 10, so for cleanup, where possible and appropriate, we'll do our best for that. Now, by leaving all these corpses up here, I think we can still do another pipe bombing at this spot right here. If we happen to need to bring another massive swarm of them out through the way that we've been bringing them so far, this other area of the parking lot here is still plenty of real estate. Yeah, it's just like the Grand Ohio Mall. There is a lot of real estate to work with here. So we are incentivized to ensure the corpses stay piled up just in this upper sector. We're not going to cause any problems by further piling them up here. Over there, okay. Interesting. I thought I couldn't jaw stab like that. I'm orbiting them while I poke to, well, if I can, I'll orbit them while I poke. That's more nimble. We're not anywhere close to getting another level of it, but there's only one way to get close to another level of it, and that's to grind. And if I can't jaw stab them, if I've got to do this, then I'll fuck off. She got an axe in her back. And would you look at that? Nobody else coming out of here, despite the fact that we've recently shot. So that tells me that largely stragglers in there. Let's have a bite of stir fry, and we'll take a peek, see what's in there. We expended 2 M16 magazines for the cleanup there. As far as cleanups go, that was pretty clean. Now we're going indoors. I'm taking this vest off. This vest is extremely warm. Going indoors that's all it takes to make the vest way too warm. I can't sneak around with it on. I'm already going to get hot just sneaking around like this. But, yeah. As predicted, the field out here is quite literally a forest now. Okay, it looks like the stands are... This is just a glorified fence right here. It's not like a dugout or anything with any measurable Z value. Okay, so we definitely didn't get everybody, as we can already see by these guys up here. And the fact that we got trees growing is what makes this complicated. What do we got? This is second, isn't it? If that's home up there. Or no, sorry, this... Baseball field is clockwise, right? So this would be first. To be honest, I've never had to set up a baseball field. All those hours I spent watching the Pirates back in the day, I never actually, paid attention. Is first to the right of home base if you're facing from the outfield? Probably. I mean, like I said, I've never played baseball, but I've watched a little bit of it here and there. It was one of those things where, when I worked on site at the office back in 2017, 18, and a little bit of 19 before the end times, I actually had a second monitor with just complete open internet access. My second PC, so I was able to put on some MLB TV. Very much before times. My new on-site location doesn't even have internet or cell service. We got the corporate network and fuck all else. Baseball was more complicated than I thought at first. I kind of just started following it because I really liked the color scheme of the Pirates. My dad's side of the family is from Pittsburgh. They're hardcore Pittsburgh fans for every sport imaginable. There we go. Aha. Here's the proper dugout. This is where the coach would stand and make those extremely weird hand motions to the players. If you've ever seen this stereotypical baseball representation in media. So these two up here are on the second floor, or the second row, second floor bleachers. They can't get to me, and they don't know how to flip over the fence there. Now I'm curious what will happen if I line of sight them. So we have this tree right here. This tree means they can't see me now. And if I just chill here for a second... Well, that one right there, he's fucking off. What about the other one? Nope. Nope, they're both just fucking off. Or are they fucking off in the direction of the stairs, I wonder? That would be interesting. I don't know. I'm always on the lookout for means and or methods to get people who are stuck on upper levels to get not stuck on upper levels. So it would be very interesting if those guys were actually going down the stairs back there. If that was true, we would see them show up down here at some point. But they were slow shamblers, and they might be just doing what this guy's doing, which is moving for no reason. They'll probably come to me if they don't lose interest. Oh, look at that. I think that's one of them. Okay. Sure. Ooh, okay, here we go. I had a feeling that we had not, absolutely not had we cleared out this whole place. It was a question of where they were. And we got that identified. Ah, okay. One of the reasons I feel a little safer in this corner is this corner has that exit over there. That exit over there to the top right. That is an exit that a lot of them would have come out of in order to join the pipe bombing. So that doesn't mean this area is 100% clear, but it does mean that there's far less of a chance of mass pockets. So this week, I'm talking about meta stuff now. In real life, this week, I'm going to have a conversation with my supervisor about on-site requirements, because our office is getting really full. They brought the network team in to work in the same room as us. The network team is like another 6 or so people. There were not another 6 or so desks. And so when I had to go on site the other week to do some stuff, one of my colleagues was at the desk that I'd been using. I was able to improvise and switch to another one, but the point of there not being enough desks for everybody is more relevant now than ever. Hello, fuck you. I almost gave her a free hit. I'm very glad I decided to run. But yeah, me being forced to work on site might be a more limited thing in the future. Because, I mean, you know, if they start having to be like, all right, we're going to have a couple people from this team go back to full telework. If they have to do that, if they're just forced to because of seating limitations, then I would be one of the first on the chopping block because of how much after-hours coverage I got to do. which, you know, threatened me with a good time. What this means, though, is my streaming schedule might start including a little bit more on the weekdays. That being said, I don't think I'll do 100% Zomboid 100% of the time. In fact, quite the opposite. If I start having my weekdays opened up a little bit, we might start seeing some retro streams at some point. Now that I got my capture card put together, I can quite literally play any gaming console that I want and stream it. Be very careful with those ground stabs. They're almost as unreliable as jaw stabs. Yeah, order of which I would play them in is open to question, but my interest includes games like there's some games from Nintendo 64 that are common that a lot of people enjoy. Both of the Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, both of the Legend of Zelda titles for the N64. I played many, many, many hours of back in the day, and would enjoy to play again. But there's also a couple of titles that were a lot more niche that I found extremely enjoyable. Blast Corps, Wayne Gretzky's 3D hockey. I tried Wetrix again recently. Wetrix was not as fun. And I can't really call Rogue Squadron, Star Wars Rogue Squadron. That was a pretty fun one. That was not niche. I think a lot of people have enjoyed that one, so I can't really call that one niche. I feel like anybody on this side should have definitely heard the siren's call. And, yeah, we will only be dealing with limited stragglers on this side, at least. Because, as you can see, the garage is just, or the, what is this? The turnstiles mass entrance is just right on the other side of this wall here. Looks like this whole corner is empty here. You got blood on my suit. I've got to start memorizing the TF2 spy lines if I'm going to be doing backstabs. I think these are going to be lockers, aren't they? Yeah, these are going to be lockers, and I'm hearing an increase in zombie whispers. Lockers or bathrooms? Yeah, whispers are intensifying here. Oh dear. Combat music. That means that's probably people upstairs, actually, who caught me just now. Because you're not going to get combat music from a single Zed. Ever. Now, if people on the upper floor saw me, and were gonna come downstairs, well, surely that would mean they might choose this one, wouldn't it? Doesn't look like it. All I can say is I hear mouth breathing. There is another point of ingress right there. Oh, hello. Jesus. I was right. Yeah, see? Called it. Hello, friendos. The zombies no longer stand on each other. Or maybe she just was slightly off place. It's been a while since I've tried to have a zombie stand on another zombie for me, but I thought that was in the right spot. That's actually like an important early game thing to me, is to have a zombie stand on top of another that I push down while I take care of the killing. Mario Party was actually a game that I got my boomer parents to play with me. So I actually did play quite a bit of Mario Party with the fam. Somehow that was a type of game that the mini games, they just had just good enough explainers for the boomers to follow. I think Mario Party was like the precursor to the Wii U Sports era. Or I'm sorry, not the Wii U, but just the Nintendo Wii Sports, and how that seemed to not only enrapture boomers, but even some previous gen, some greatest gens, elderly folks. Let's have a bite of our stir fry, shall we? Are we in rapid yet? No, not in rapid yet. That's okay. Just keeping our calories up, that's all. Overeating a little bit on these stir fries with the lard and the butter and the everything else. Okay, so it looks like the majority of the noises I was hearing over here are second floor. I still don't trust this tight little... No, I'm never going down a one-tile corridor in a place that could be as dense as this place could be. Ever. Never. You could not pay me hundreds of bucks IRL to do that. Ever. That's just a bad idea. Speaking of bad ideas, y'all hear that? Ooh, okay. Interesting. I see. Very interesting. I didn't realize that this is just sort of a street back here. Hello. Okay, then. Those guys might be stuck in there for a minute. Yeah, those are unbreakable gates. So I don't want to hang out near here. If I hang out near here, my stress will go from 0 to 100 in 10 seconds. That number of zombies slapping an invulnerable gate, yeah, my character's stress, 0 to 100 in a couple seconds. So we got to get our distance real quick from that. Now, when I say unbreakable, I am not exaggerating in the slightest. Those gates are not breakable. They will never break them, no matter how many there are. They will just pile up against it and continue to pile up against it. As far as I know, the Indie Stone has not added any sort of bendable fences framework for those things. That's what I did when I was a little kid. When I was a little kid watching my brother play GTA 3, I was like, dude, drive on the sidewalk. Run everybody over. Dude, drive on the sidewalk. We've gone a little far afield from the truck here, and that's okay. This guy hasn't noticed me. What if? Damn it. Wanted that backstab. I do not believe any of the zombies here will have loot that I actually care about. Nah. If you want, like, you know, sports jerseys, Riverside Rangers jerseys or something like that, you can. There's plenty of sporting stores that sell them. As far as I know, there's nothing unique that you can find from this place. Let's put away my... what? M16. And the mags. And the remote controller for now. Based on the location of those Zeds that we saw with that unbreakable fence, I feel like it would not be too hard to come at them from the opposite side. So that, you know, come at maybe with a sledgehammer if needed, and get them to come out of that building and come out into the field itself. Maybe lure them through the field and out of the turnstile entrance, the same place we went before, where we've already got a more or less open parking lot to bomb them in. That would be the ideal. But we'll need to eval the rest of the building before we can make a decision on that. So we're pretty close to bedtime here. We'll catch a sleep. And as an overnight task, I'll probably go out there and drive a circle around the exterior, like the maybe the far southeast side. Yes. Might also close and reopen the game. We are getting a few stutters. Ah, here's the wood axe. Dropped down on the floor here. I knew I put it somewhere. Back into the glove with you. $22.30. I'm actually gonna put the vest back on because I do expect it'll get a little cold tonight. So this will keep our chest very warm. Yeah, let's just go to sleep. We're about a half hour early. It's fine. Catch up on some water here, and let us... I wonder... Yeah, let's just close and reopen the game right now. This is a good moment to do that. So if you ever feel the game stuttering when it doesn't normally stutter, right, there's no reason for the game to stutter right here next to my base. So the fact that we still got an occasional stutter there, that tells me that there might be a memory leak somewhere. So I'm just going to quit the desktop and get ahead of it now before it builds up and get worse. So we just close the game completely and relaunch it. As a user of a solid-state drive, this is not a big problem right now. Alright. Let's scout this place out, shall we? I do predict that we'll get to a certain point as we go around the fossil oil field from the outside. We'll get to a certain point where there's plenty of foot mobiles just right outside on the street that have not heard the siren's call. That is expected. We will not be surprised in the slightest to see that. In fact, I'd be surprised to not see that. This is Louisville, so hey, look at that. These are stragglers from the bombing. They didn't make the party. This is the door to the concession stands that we were looking at earlier in the corner. Now, we have not spawned in this building on the other side of the road. I don't really want to right now. At least not right now. Might not hurt to do it before the next bombing, but that's TBA. Not sure what's bringing all these guys down to the bottom right. Yeah, no idea about that. Turbo TV headquarters here. This is the corner of the football field, so this is where we turn. Yeah, okay, so not too many outside. Or are they all just hanging out, being vagrants next to the field? Possible. That's a saw blade weapon in that guy's back. There's plenty of them inside of Seahorse that can see me, but they cannot, they can't get to me. I can hear them making the impotent noises. They can't get to me. Haha. Same deal here. I don't know what's going on here with the fact that we can only see like a very small scraping of them here. But they can't get to me by going over those counters. Those counters are basically invulnerable territory as far as zombies go. Okay. I know what I want to do for this location. I do not want the people who are next to the gate back there to get stuck on the gate. And I don't want any more to get stuck on the gate here. So I'm going to do a little toot right there. Pull people from all directions into this intersection. And I mean all directions. 100% of every direction. Not running the siren just yet. Hold on, do I need to be avoiding these? Yes, I do. The little parking meters are hard stops. They're not like stop signs. Okay. Ooh, that's careful with that. I don't know if there's a way I can get the truck out onto the field and not have it be surrounded by trees to such an extent that luring zombies would be very, 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 very difficult. The most effective thing I could do would be to pull all the zombies here through the field. But maybe just getting them all out to this street corner here and then just bringing them right to the parking lot. And the great thing about that is it's a job that we can leave half done and then come back and finish. Yeah. Now here's something I'd like to figure out. What if can we go behind this row of buildings? It's looking like we can, at least to a limited extent. How far can we take this? This will determine our maneuverability. I don't even know if we can get through this. I'm pretty sure we can get through this, but we would not be able to get through this many times, if more than once. That building wasn't spawned in yet. It is now. Okay. Yeah, we're going around the building. Decisions made. This will take a lot of serpentine. Serpentine is what I'm doing right now, where I'm doing my best to nudge them out of the way as opposed to just going right over them. The moment you run over a zombie, your vehicle gets a lot more unstable. If you can push them out of the way like this instead of running over them, you're saving yourself a lot of maneuverability. Right now we're just setting cruise control for 5 miles an hour so that we keep everybody's attention as we move. Also, once you nudge them, they are no longer capable of hitting your vehicle for a brief moment. It's almost like a stun. Oh, look at that, look at that. They actually damaged my passenger window there. I knew passenger side needed to be replaced soon, but good to know. This is where our ability to loop back on this road, our complete lack of ability to loop back, becomes a true detriment. Now we can slow a lot of these guys down by bringing them through these buildings here, because we did confirm before we lit up the light bar that we do have a bit of room to maneuver back here. And what this is going to do is going to result in all the Zeds on the other side of the road there. They're going to start flipping in through the windows and breaking in through the doors and taking their sweet time getting through these buildings. Or in this case, you know, collapsing down to the alleyway there. The reason we're doing this, of course, is to retain the attention of all the slow ones that we are trying to bring with us. We're giving the fast ones a little jungle gym to play with. Cruise is now set to 10 because we want to minimize too many collisions here in this particular area. It won't serve us much to go fast or go slower there. Alright, this is going to be the most risky part of this operation, is looping back this far. And we're going to try to hug the side of the fossil oil building here. Yeah, this is causing lots of damage to the trunk, but that's what this vehicle's for. I think we'll make it. Believe it or not, the fact that this is night, it's making it harder for us to ensure our safety. It is making it easier for us to lure the zombies, because the fact that we can't see as many zombies at once, our view cone is narrower. The fact that we can't see as many zombies at once is actually helping our frame rate. We're actually able to maintain a stable frame rate because we literally can't see enough zombies. Our view cone is not wide enough. I don't know how to feel about that. That's an absolutely interesting thing. In this case, we're actually using the foliage to help slow them down. Not very often that I can try that kind of maneuver. It's so comical that this happens at night because the zombies, we stopped seeing enough for the combat music to kick over. It dropped back down to medium there for a second. Probably, yeah. Alright, we're only going to have enough time and or ability to loop back once here. Yeah, it's going to be limited. Yeah, it's going to be very limited. Yeah, we're not going to be able to loop back much here. We've already taken enough damage for one night, to be honest. It'd be amazing if I could set my cruise control for 6 miles an hour instead of 5. I'm not even kidding that would help tremendously when they're, like, within 1 pace of my truck. Because, like, remember, 5 is just fast enough to outrun them. But 6 would be just a little bit... That would get you past a small group of them. But, yeah, there's no fine-tune for that. You know what I'm probably going to do? Let's just get a bomb set. Let's get a bomb set and let's just drink coffee. Yeah, I do have some coffee. So, remote pipe bomb, remote controller, coffee beverage with sugar. All out of the trunk. We link the bomb to the controller, place the bomb on the first one with the gates here. Now we will have lost most of them. Yeah, and that's okay. Did we kill the music? I think, yeah, we killed the music. We let it fade out. Oh well. It was probably a little early to drink the coffee. If you're going to skip a night's sleep as a restless sleeper with wakeful, which is what I'm rolling right now, what works for me, what seems to work best, is to drink the coffee when I would have woken up from the sleep in question, right? So either before, right when the fatigue modal pops up so you can get rid of it, or after you would have woken up. So it would have been better to drink it at like 7 a.m. Because right now, after drinking it there, I will probably get tired at like 1800 hours or something like that. Just like what we did when we're bringing them out of the building itself, what we're doing now is bringing them up the road. And that's going to require loopbacks of a similar pattern. You know what? We're going to go around the clinic here. I think we can pull that off. Yeah, we're going to use the clinic right there as a way to slow them down. Hey there, kid. How's it going? Welcome back. We are, we're hitting, whatchamacallit, This is the fossil oil field. Did we, like, split the group? I think we might have split the group. Yep, we split the group. That's alright. That's alright. That just means we just gotta make sure that we don't get pinsurged by the zombies on the way back. I do not expect that we'll be able to get all the slow shamblers from all the way down here. In fact, I don't even think the slow shamblers from the back corner have even gotten this far. And that's perfectly okay. Slow shamblers I don't care about as much. It's just that if there's a massive group that I'm working with, I would prefer to have all of the fast shamblers follow me to the designated bomb site. Now, going 5 miles an hour from here, we should have no problem getting everybody. Big should. Serpentine these guys out of the way. Gotta straight hit her because the street light. This is one of the worst serpentines I've done in a while. Most dangerous, I should say. It reminds me of one of those little shovel games where you put the quarter in and you've got to, like, click the button to make the shovel go out at the right time to get the prize. I'm going to use the clinic here and its attached buildings to go around back behind it. This area that we're clearing today, kid, and this is the fossil oil field. So we're talking about the fossil oil field itself, the baseball field, and the attached buildings around it. Some of them are like concession stands, some of them are like across the street from it. Oops, didn't mean to nudge that one. So we're basically just using this building as just one big way to slow them all down, so that we can loop back again and get further back down the road to get the attention span of the slower ones. I don't think I've noticed any shadow zombies yet, but we're still not at max daylight. When we get to max daylight, the view cone will be something like, what is it in a vehicle? It's like 240, 220. I know it's greater than 180. I don't know how much higher than 200 it is. It's definitely not all the way to 300. So you see, there's only a small group behind us directly now. Everybody else is going to try to flip through these windows and break through these doors, and yeah. Nice and slow for them, relatively speaking. The bomb itself is placed beyond the bottom left of the map right now. Because we've already, as you can see, we've already done one bombing. Yeah, quote-unquote interesting, because this is the fun part. The boom part is a little bit out yet. And this is what I like to see. Mostly slow shamblers in the road out here. So by looping back and maintaining their attention, we are doing exactly what I wanted to do here. Now, we're not going to be able to get very far before we're forced to go back again, because I do not want to completely destroy my vehicle, just maintaining the attention of the slow shamblers. No, we're not doing that. The trunk is one thing, but as you can see, we now have a damaged passenger side window. That has been a long time coming, but it's a significant milestone, one that we must be very wary of. So the loop back here is going to look really dangerous, but I actually see one. Okay, this is the end of the group. The loop back begins. This is even more dangerous than the last one I did. I might bump the speed to 10 if I start feeling extremely threatened. Yeah, bumping it to 10, because I've got to power through this. Okay, we're good. Now remember, the ones that got stuck inside the buildings there, most of them were fast. So because of that, they'll have no problem getting themselves unstuck as long as you spend a little bit of time looping up here in a wide radius and then take them to the bottom left where the bomb is. We got the, if anybody's not familiar with this soundtrack, this is I call it the Hungry German Woman, because she is Essen and Essen and Essen. More Essen. Oh, we got Shadow Zombies now. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, we got a lot of Shadow Zombies down there. Okay, good. Strategically bumping it up to 10 when I see a lot of them, because there's no need to worry about serpentining through the crowd now. We've got plenty of maneuver room, and going too far is not going to get us out of range of the people we want to be in range of. I don't know about 90, but I am curious to see what would happen. I just won't do it on Dani, not on this character. Okay. I'm feeling a lot better about the placement of the stragglers there. We call that edging the horde. Oh yeah, look at that. The whole back half of the crowd now is Shadow Zombies. If anybody is not familiar, Shadow Zombies render without a texture. They're the black ones on the far right there. They don't have a texture because the game, if it rendered them with textures, would probably crap itself. It's kind of like, you know, the game intentionally not rendering them at max resolution so that it doesn't lag too much. So, the bomb is right over here in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. In hindsight, I should have used the site that it's placed at right now, this one. I should have used that one first, so that the area where the corpse pile is the one I could be using now. I just didn't really think about it far enough ahead, and that's okay. Yeah. Nah, there are some things in this game that I wouldn't do for any amount of money. The way I figure it is this character represents now about, what, 700? We're definitely getting close to the 700 mark. Probably 600 or so hours of my life. I'm at that point. You can't even really put a number on it, because there's sentiment in addition to this, you know, what if I was just paid by the hour? No. At that point, there's sentiment beyond it. Because this is not a job that I clock in for. It is a way of life. So there is no amount of money you could offer me to do something that stupid. I was just saying it earlier. The that one tile hallway that we saw for the where the team lockers are. Assuming that's the team lockers. It was either the team lockers or a particularly small bathroom. I would hope it's not a bathroom for a place this size. That would be way too small. But yeah, you couldn't pay me $100 to go down that one tile hallway when there's this many zombies in the area. Nah, nah. That's one of the reasons we're still alive, is we avoid nasty stuff like that. Okay. The back half of the group is within radius of the destination. So now we, I wouldn't call it critical mass, but we can assemble critical mass without thinking about it any farther. You know these little yellow bollards here that are next to the gates? The little gate shoulders, I guess you could call them. They, this one on this side is not the worst measurement thing to measure by. The explosive radius is going to be a little bit past it on both sides. Very rare that I've ever seen a blob exclusively of slow shamblers, but we just have so much maneuver room that our slow boys got caught in a blob right there that now it's getting nixed. But yeah, for a moment there we had a blob of nothing but slow shamblers. Very rare that you have enough real estate to fully separate them by speed. So as you can see, we've got the group very tight now. It's just getting them in the correct, tight over the correct spot here. That was not a euphemism for anything. Do not take it as such. Might be faster to loop back in this direction. And then just bring the fast shamblers back in a group. Yeah, we'll overshoot slightly. Well, like, once again, I don't very often have enough room to overshoot and then loop back like this. This is a very beautiful parking lot. I should have... After my more recent bombing at the police department, where everything was so constricted, I have literally just a street. I gotta put myself back in the mentality of having this much room. See, I'm actually at a point where I've got to look away from the bulk of the group, just so that I can keep track of the slow shamblers, who otherwise will become the shadow zombies that are harder to track. Okay, I think we've got the slow shambler group in place. Let's call that critical mass, yeah. So, bomb is right there. We now condense the group over top of it. Let's get our UI situated. Right there at the top of my item menu, that is our remote controller. We actually had a good opportunity just now. We blew it. Well, we didn't blow it. So you could say we blew our chance. No, we're just about there. Just about there. Because remember, these gates are not equidistant. These gates are not equidistant. I want more of them to be on the side of the top right one there. And that's where we're at right now. Here we go. Oh, that was beautiful. Damn. I lost track of the ones who were directly behind me there. So, that's alright. That's alright. Relatively. Not very many. I'm going to deal with these guys with the shotgun. We have a shotgun. We know how to use it. And we have an invulnerable corner of a building right here. Damn it. There we go. Okay, shotgun onto the back. Shells out of the trunk into the backpack. So as you can see, there are still quite a few, but we no longer have any shadow zombies. And we can still wipe out quite a few of them all at once. We're going to take advantage of the fact that they're all grouped up. As soon as we pass this doorway, as you can see, the entire group is now incentivized to come around that side. Check that shit. Oh, it's beautiful. Now, we can't sustain this, because this road is the opposite of secure. This road is not even close to secure. Okay, I see somebody coming from behind. I no longer trust this area. We're falling back. It's okay. It is okay. Yeah, see this is where not finishing pulling this street is coming back to bite us a little bit. And that's okay. Because all we got to do is go around the corner again. This is an invulnerable corner. They won't get stuck on it. And they will not, you know... There is one doorway, but they don't have any incentive to try to go through it. So all we got to do is... Would you look at that? They're all in a line. My shotgun shells are going to be singing. Singing and ringing like a bell. Now this is not a good spot right here, because what if some straggler comes right around this corner? Yeah, this is absolute dog shit. But we can get a few shots. Yeah, I do not like this side. Like, we're gonna have to stop and check this corner way too often for this to be a sustainable spot. Because these trees, it's really the trees more than anything. It's trees blocking my angle in multiple spots there. But we have to stop and reload, so... Now what I'll do is set cruise control, and then reload. And then the reason I gotta do that is, and I don't know if this is intentional, but right now, reloading while driving has a very high chance of getting your gas pedal stuck in the on position. As in, like, you just sit there with heavy foot while you're reloading. Which doesn't make sense to me, but it is what it is. Oh, would you look at that? There's still a number of them in there. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do another pipe bomb. This group is nowhere near big enough for that, in my humble opinion. Yeah, I don't like this. The corners are not going to be much of a strategy now. Because what we've done is we've just scattered them all over the place on the corners now. None of these corners are open. I could swap from the shotgun to the M16 and just plink them all down. That is starting to seem like the most viable option now. Okay. Plenty of shotgun shells, but the thing is, I don't want to be sitting here shooting them while they're upright targets. Oh, I can't put anything back into the trunk now. So because of all the damage we took, the trunk is literally just, we can't use it anymore. Not until we take it back to base and repair it. Stuff that is in the trunk right now can come out of it, and that's it. Otherwise, the trunk is way too damaged. To get to the point where I couldn't target that other one without shooting through my light bar. Don't do that. Don't shoot your own light bar. My standard for the shotgun is I would prefer more than just two, but if I get two with one shell, then the shell is already being more useful than any other bullet, so. I would have absolutely switched to the M16 by now if not for the trunk damage we took. Boys, I would say we've had a very successful day, and it's only halfway through. Okay, good. Let's go shut down the light bar and resume cleanup, but we no longer need to be super loud. Yeah. One way that we can... Hello. Who the fuck was this guy? That might have been an example of camouflage right there. Once there's enough corpses on the ground, it actually... They break up the outline of the ones who are standing up. Yeah, that might have been a case of corpse camouflage. I did not see that guy until the last second. So one way, what I was saying, one way that we can judge the efficacy of our pipe bomb usage in a crowd like this is how much of a clean circle is the dead bodies. In this case, it's a nice big blob. It's lopsided on the right. Because remember, our blast radius is 7 tiles in every direction, in every square direction from this center tile. So center tile, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Center tile, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And on this side, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so we got great efficacy for 3 out of 4 quadrants. But on this side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So what we could have done to make this better is the guys who were... Where were we? We were like right here. And then we had some people directly behind me, like blobbed up here. That's where a lot of the stragglers were that we just dealt with. What we could have done is just maybe another little bit of a loop right here and brought those guys back into the center. And then they, the whole blob could have shifted by then. So I'm playing armchair quarterback here. But, yeah, there is something we could have maybe done a little better. It just leaves it to whether I'll ever be able to truly identify a potential improvement like that. Especially when we've got shadow zombies coming in there and, probing our limits to the point where we can't really tell where everybody is. Yeah, I'm now getting sick, so we're falling back a little farther. I hate corpse sickness. It just slows the whole game down. Yes, 7108. So, glue is schools, offices, basically anything that has a desk. And there are also sometimes places that have the same kind of loot table you would find in a desk. Sometimes in shelves. I don't know exactly where, though. I'd have to point them out when I see them. But yeah, every time you go to a small commercial center like this, look for offices like insurance, value assurance, or something like that, and then just go inside and look through all the desks. You're still only going to get a limited amount, and regrettably, if you don't have a lot of glue and you need some, it's not going to be an easy thing to just go out and get some. The number of places where you have a chance to find it are just that low. You could get lucky. Go to your nearest value assurance, check the local desks. Maybe you'll come home with three tubes. I highly doubt it. It's one of those things that it always seems to not be there when I need it. Yeah. Alright, so there's going to be stragglers on this road still. Possibly large groups, actually. So we might not even be done with the large groups here. Is this Zombie Vosh? I think we just saw Zombie Vosh. He had the glasses and everything. R.I.P. May he forever neigh in the afterlife. Sweet, nice and quiet out here. This is what I like to see. Clean roads. I don't even know exactly where this thing came from. It doesn't look like this is a parking lot. It might be. We're right next to an intersection, though. And I can't tell with all the snow on the ground. There's no white lines. Nothing like that. Since we've got a nice bright day, I don't see any precipitation. Let's swap the shotgun for the rifle. We're just going to need to stop by base really quick and repair the trunk. Ah! I wish we could. That would be really funny. No amount of cologne would ever work against that many corpses in real life. But I mean, if you want real life, quote unquote real life, realism, there is no reason to suggest that zombies shouldn't already stink, and that would slow the game down 100 times more. I don't think any of the game presets have zombie corpses or zombies stink while they're alive. I don't think any of the no, none of the game presets have that. For good reason. I cannot imagine how tedious the game would be if it had that. While we're here, it looks like some of our compost is decomposed. I'm curious about something here. Okay. So, compost has nothing to do with encumbrance. We put a fish, a rotten fish, that was worth more encumbrance, 11.2 encumbrance, a massive rotten fish, into the left side here. And to the right side, we put 11.0 encumbrance of much smaller things. Even though the smaller things aren't even done decomposing, this has 10 times as much as the left. So it is entirely based on nutrients. It doesn't have anything to do, it seems, with encumbrance. Good to know. Yeah, honestly, freezing temperatures really should eliminate a lot of the smell. Not all of it, but a fair bit of it, because it quite literally prevents some decomposition. Hashtag not all, once again, but yeah. I'm assuming 3 steel sheets will be good. So we're down to 64% for each repair. Repaired it once, repaired it twice, and we're still at 64. So everything I said about diminishing returns on diminishing returns, yeah, 3 repairs and we're still good at 64%. And what I'm saying is 64% is the amount of increase that we could get for each steel sheet we shove in there. So this is great. We can continue using this really, really, really lovely vehicle for a long time to come. At this rate, we'll run out of steel sheets probably before we will lose the ability to repair this. We are now in rapid weight gain. We might not maintain it unless we have something else to keep it going. Another coffee for my backpack to carry around as a backup. And we're going to clean up some of the Zeds that are still up. Clean them up with my MSR-7T. And as a backup, if there's a large quantity, we'll put the M16 with a few magazines into my backpack. And let me just get rid of these frying pans, and then we'll take some easy food with us. Easy high cal. Some chips. Works for me. In fact, we'll also, on our way out, drink some soda. Alright, so now we are deploying with mostly long-range rifles to wipe out any resistance. We're using both of the platforms, 556 in the M16 for medium distance, and 762 in the MSR-7T for long distance. Switching between two different back weapons is a little complicated, but for guns, it is something I'm willing to do. We might not even need the M16. It depends entirely on how many of them just start coming out of the woodwork here. Because I foresee a world where we're just cleaning up small quantities of stragglers here. If they're not done coming out of there or here. Okay, now we need to fall back a little bit, get out the M16. Yeah, I need to guarantee that I'm not going to be flanked. And so, yeah, we're falling back just a little farther then. The M16 is now on our back as we snipe. I no longer care about leaving corpses in the middle of the road. I have to say it out loud. All right, M16 in the hands, rifle on the back. A mild threat, but far from a serious one. Shit. Switch before I equipped. There we go. Back to the 8 times. I really hate smell radius sometimes. It's the smell radius coupled with the fact that I have to get a little closer to this fucking building to get the roof to go away. Ah, that's tedious. See, one of the biggest appeals for me to use the rifle right now is that I don't have to waste my filters. I can stand far enough away from the stink that, well, theoretically, maybe I don't even have to worry about getting sick. But no, I have to get a little closer to these fucking corpses so that I can see behind this stupid-ass goddamn roof. Ah, it's tiresome. Truly tiresome. Mods, I don't have any mods at all, functionally. Literally the only mods we're rolling are texture replacers so that we can have a correct colored backpack. See, if this frickin' van, let me just move this van. I literally just need to move this van, and then I can just stand up here and I don't have to worry about the zombies coming from that area where the roof is going to show up and block my shots. I have to go... This is a fucking Franklin value line. The hardest vehicle to tow in the game because the Indy Stone doesn't know how to do anything. I'm just being annoying here. If I go too far in this direction, then I got to worry about this building. There we go. I don't know where, but there's like 500,000 of them hitting a fence somewhere nearby. That's... I'm not scared of the zombies, but I am scared of not knowing where they're at. Let's do an ammo check. 3M16 reloads. Only 36 shots of 7.62. Let's open a couple of these boxes. Fucking spiffo-ass raccoon. Ah, there they are. Okay. Located the fence slappers. Oh, look, we're back to the same spot, because it is one of the most effective spots. Minus the stupid roof below us. Alright, I need to just deal with this. Let's put the mask on. Mask on. No escaping the filter degradation here. Oh, damn it, don't... I hit R on accident, and she fully reloaded the completely already full magazine. This game's working against me a little bit here. I don't often think about things in terms of, I'm fighting the UI, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, it's inconvenient. I'm usually just kind of like focused on, alright, let's get all the inconvenience out of the way as soon as possible. So, a reasonable person right now would probably be like, why in the absolute hell am I spending this much time fighting a game's user interface? Boy, this game kind of sucks, it's kind of unfinished. Maybe I'll go play something else. That's what a reasonable person might be thinking right now. And sometimes I've got to try to, put myself in the brain space of a reasonable person. I'm not like saying I'm not a quitter or anything. I'm just like, I'm spending a lot of time fighting the UI right now. It took me like 30 seconds just now to like get my mask on and get all of my stuff sorted and just, ugh. I know there's a mod for that. There's always a mod for that. That's not the point. We are here to play the game in its base form. All of the annoyances included. Interesting. We haven't gone that far up, and yet we're still getting a steady stream of them coming out of here. Once again, this godforsaken van. But I'm not kidding when I say I quite literally am going to have a lot of trouble moving it. It is a Franklin value line with 6 seats. The hardest vehicle to tow in the game. And we can only hook up to it from an inconvenient angle. If I try to shoot this zombie right here, I hit the windshield. And I waste a shot. Gotta wait till he comes around it. Okay. Frustrating, but, mission complete. Tentatively, I mean, I'm willing to bet there are still plenty of stragglers further down the road. But I think we've gotten to a point, at least, where I can spend a little bit of time getting this stupid van out of the way. Who knows? Maybe I'll need to come here and fight again. So I can barely make it out of first gear without bottoming out with this thing. If I try to do this while there's 5 zombies coming at me, I'm going to lose lots of ground. So just kind of put it up here in front of the street light where we'd be getting out of the way anyway. So basically, if it wasn't clear what I was doing before, we've got right now the M16 on our back and the MSR-7T in our hands. So what that means is the MSR-7T is what we're shooting. Let's just say that I needed to switch to the M16 quickly. I hit one, pull it out, shoot what I need to shoot. But then I hold one and click on the MSR-7T. That puts the MSR-7T on my back, so I can do that in inverse now. I'm done with the M16. I'm going to go back to the MSR-7T, hit one, long press one, put the M16 back on my back. The point of doing it like that is we can have 2 super heavy long guns, one on our back, one on our hands, and only be at stage 1 in heavy encumbrance. So we can still run around rather effectively without worrying about our stamina degradation being severely affected. Shout out to KTO for teaching me how to do the long press of the button there to swap what's in your back slot. Never really considered trying that before. I have no idea who's hitting the window right there, but I do know who's hitting the fence. And we have no need to use any of the heavy weapons for that. Normally this would seem like a very good shotgun opportunity, but honestly, this is a good 9mm opportunity. At no point do we want to lose so much ground that we're worried about the heavy weapons needing to fall back and leaving them behind. We don't want that to happen. That was just sort of a tactical opportunity then. But yeah, if they're on the other side of a chain link fence, there is absolutely no reason to waste any of your super heavy weapons. So your shotgun, your shotgun, rifle, or M16, don't waste any of that on a fence target. Like even though the shotgun would do lovely against those clustered targets, it's like a shooting gallery. Save your shotgun for things that are actually threats, in my humble opinion. Rats are starting to get annoying. They will actually unironically intercept my shot. Mostly doing that because the M16 was ready for a reload. So there's probably a kiosk in here somewhere. You hear him slapping something. On the inside of the building they're slapping something that sounds like a window. It is probably a kiosk that's like got bulletproof glass or something. The thing about these rats, these frickin' rats that are running around, One of them just took a fucking bullet for the zombie. Because, yes, the aiming system will make you target whatever is the closest thing, even if it is a rat on the goddamn ground instead of a zombie right behind it. That is one of my biggest criticisms of the aiming system right now. That needs to never happen. Under no circumstances should our character ever accidentally target a fucking rat instead of a zombie. And yet, it's fundamental to the aiming system right now. The aiming system doesn't differentiate between what kind of target it is. It doesn't care. Yeah, that fucking field mouse right there. The stupid goddamn fucking field mouse just ate one of my 5.56 rounds. I don't know if it's even possible to fix that. I'm already violating the advice I just gave. There is no need to be M16ing right now. Literal shooting gallery, where the targets can't hurt you. Asterisk. Sorry, Mr. Rat. I didn't do this. The devs did. So I'm losing feeling in my hand. You know that old saying, quit while you're having fun? I think I might call it after today. We'll see. We'll see how this area plays out. We'll get home, we'll take a nap, and we'll see what tomorrow morning looks like. Honestly, if we have, like, pea soup fog tomorrow, I think I'm going to call it. If we have great weather, maybe we'll do another round. But we're about to find out. We do still have another M16 magazine. Eight shots, and I think this is the last magazine for the M16. Last one we grabbed, at least. Yeah, the M16 is out. All right. We do still have 762, but we no longer have daylight, so no more sniping. I never even detached. I heard some mouth breathing here, but I'm not really. Oh no, I'm detached. Okay. At least I better be. It would be truly unfortunate if I got a little ways away and suddenly I... No, we're good. Okay. You can, but you shouldn't. You really shouldn't. All right. Now I'm losing feeling in my hand again. Regrettably, if I go into combat mode and I stay in combat mode like that for the entire day, it actually has real-life effects on me. I grip my mouse way too tight. I don't know if I'm ever going to really get over that. Like, with just if shit gets tense, I grip my mouse harder, and yeah, like I said, I feel like that's just, it's one of those things that I don't know. I would need to like Pavlovian train myself. Get some AI in the camera to recognize if I'm gripping my mouse too tight and then shock me or something. That's probably the only thing I could do. But I digest. I think that does mean I'm going to go ahead and call it after today. Let's get everything cleaned up here. So if you guys are here for the heavy combats, that is now concluded. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Usual YouTuber stuff, like and subscribe and all that. I would go as far as to say that I'm striving towards an 80-20 balance. 80% logistics, 20% combat, if at all possible. But you know, sometimes it leans towards Dani 10. Half-mask respirator goes on passenger seat. MSR-17 to the back of the vehicle. While we're here, we'll open up the remaining boxes of 762 so that we're prepped for next usage. Beautiful. And speaking of prep, we're taking the flashlight batteries almost dead. Yanking that out and replacing. How do you find a sledgehammer? Let me tell you something. Let me just tell you the different places to look, and then you need luck, right? It's two things. You know where to look and then get lucky. It is possible, I regret to inform you, to get extremely unlucky and just look in all the right places and just never find it. Let me look at my, actually, if I look at my screenshots, my character screenshots here, I can show you exactly what to look for. Let me biggen this and let us go back in time. Okay, here we go. So you're looking for, this is the roadside event. So you're looking for this. You're looking for cones around a manhole here with a truck of some sort, zombies of a construction worker sort, and they have a sledgehammer on the ground. Now sometimes you'll see this and it won't be a sledgehammer, it'll just be a shovel. So, but this is what to look for. You need to drive around, and when I mean drive around, I mean drive around. Leave your town, get on the country roads, and drive a lot. You'll eventually come across one of these. It's a question of when, not if. Murphy's Law will eventually turn to your side. But that's one thing to look out for. There's another thing to look out for that's a little bit less subtle, or a little bit more, less obvious, let me put it that way. Less obvious. Where's my... This is more recent. As in the devs have added a new place to look. Yes, those manholes are randomly placed. It will never be in the same place in multiple runs. I could tell you where that manhole was. It's in Phallus Lake behind the rural supply store. But that's not going to help you because it's not going to be there on your run. The chances would be greater of being struck by lightning than you seeing it in the same place. That's my previous character down there. So we're still in the right place here. The question is over there or over there? I could probably get a bigger thumbnail. That could probably help. Oh, here is the sledgehammer isn't visible in this picture. However, one thing that is visible is this van. This van is a Modern Mechanics van. On the passenger seat of this van, when I found it, there was a sledgehammer. So that's another place to look. Generally speaking, most vans open them up and look through them because there is now, and this is much more common than it used to be. I never saw this in previous builds. You can find sledgehammers on passenger seats, and I had it in my thumbnails at one point. And it actually got me a lot of clicks. Damn. What did I do with that screenshot? I know. I saved it. Maybe it's more recent than I thought here. It couldn't be more recent than Jericho, which is, we're already at the top here. That's not it, no. This is, this is just, this is one of those stories there. See, what I'm looking for is a screenshot of finding a sledgehammer lying on a table in a shed, but not like a normal shed, like one of those agricultural sheds that has the really wide entrance, and it has some farming loot inside of it. Some of you are going to know what I'm talking about, but if you're kind of new to the game, you might not know what I'm talking about. So that's why I'm trying to look for a specific screenshot of it. Regrettably, I might not find it. I'll give like 30 more seconds to looking for this. And then if I can't find it, regrettably, that'll be it. Come on now. Suppose it's a very understated possibility. I'm going to laugh if I've actually scrolled past it many times now. I don't think I have. No, it just didn't make my list for some reason. Yeah, okay. I used it in one of my video thumbnails. So if I go back through my thumbnail directory here. Here it is. I did the YouTuber thing. And I did the little circle with the arrow. So, what this building is, this building that I drove the ambulance into, it's just a large agricultural sort of garage shed thing. I hesitate to call it a garage because there's no door, right? It's just a big wide opening, and it's like a horizontal. It almost looks like a barn, but you can see it. Just there's a sledgehammer that will spawn right on a table now. So, yeah, that's one of the reasons I was hoping that I could find, not the thumbnail version, but the full screenshot version, because then I could show you the whole thing of what it looks like. But yeah, that's kind of something to look for. If you see one of these, it looks a little bit like a barn. It's big enough to drive into. Couple of seats, you'll see crates too. So in addition to those, and there's many of these on the map, right? These you can find anywhere. I'll see them in towns, and I'll see them. There's several here in Louisville, so like the densest cities. You can also just find them out in the countryside too. So that's one of the reasons I wanted to look very hard to find it, because the chances of finding a sledgehammer there, that's actually a valid place to look for a lot of people now. Because regardless of where you base, you're probably going to be near a farm of some sort, and farms have a chance of having those. So yeah. Hopefully that's of assistance. In the meantime, we are now ready for bed here. We'll catch our first sleep. And as an overnight task, I'll get some food in my system and then get cleaned up. Yeah, that would feel like a good finisher out here. We'll just finish off this kale because there's not a lot of it. Took the battery out of my flashlight and didn't put a new one in. Let's fix that, shall we? All right, flashlight battery replaced. And now we'll just wash up. We've got lots and lots and lots of water here. The one thing I regret about this base is I couldn't make room for a washer and a dryer. And that is a bit of a space design skill issue. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying not to eat into my drinking water primarily. So we're going to start by using these barrels over here that aren't actually hooked up to anything. And that now has enough to do all clothing. Perfect. Now we're going to start getting cold soon, very soon most likely. And I don't want to spend very long cold because I'll get sick if I spend too long being cold. So I'm going to just put the buckets back. And now we've done like half of our clothing. We'll do the other half inside where it's warm. In fact, we'll make it warmer. Got our stove here. Now that is extremely expensive in terms of water to hand wash all of your stuff, which is why we are constantly catching more water here and just refilling the main barrels. The using multiple rain barrels for the same water fixture, I don't mind doing that for my main bases, but for my secondary bases, it just results in me, emptying one of the barrels constantly and then just waiting for it to refill. This feels more efficient doing it this way. And it is now 5 a.m. That's our second bedtime. The stove is going to go out in 2 hours. That's probably long enough for my clothes to finish drying off, so I shouldn't be too cold by the time it goes out. Now I'm going to be real with you, Chamicho. Wood axes, I think I have confirmed that they are 100% useless. And I'm saying that from a efficiency standpoint. I am now level 10 with axes, strength, and fitness. So you would think that I could use any sort of, woodcuttery object to peak efficiency. You would be wrong. I can't. I cannot. It is still more stamina efficient and durability efficient to just use, just use a firefighter axe or a forged axe. So unless something changes significantly with the Axpert trait, there is no threshold that I know of that makes a wood axe more efficient than just a regular axe. Maybe that's just a temporary thing. Maybe the devs will work on that. But for now, that is going to be it for today, folks. So we are set for a good start next time here. And I'll have our girl bid farewell. And every other time I'll back up my save these days. So that was last time I backed up my save, so we'll back it up next time. And next time we will finish clearing out the fossil field. All right, folks, I'm out of here for today. Have a good one, and I will see you guys on tomorrow. So I'm still sticking mostly to Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday with my streaming schedule. All right, folks, I'll catch you then. Peace out.